proceed. If you want to do a roll call, and if treasurer joins us, we'll
Okay.
see who's here.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Suzanne Norton, Secretary to the State Building Commission, Construction Management Division Administrator. Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, today's meeting includes consideration of the supplemental capital construction recommendations, several state construction department policy and planning updates, routine commission reports, and an informal discussion of proposed rule revisions. Ms. Shelley Lovato will take the roll call.
Good morning, Chairman Gordon, Shelley Lovato, Project Specialist and SBC Recording Secretary. I'll go ahead and take roll call. Superintendent Dagenfelder.
Here.
Treasurer Meyer.
Here.
Auditor Racinas.
Here.
Secretary Gray.
Here.
Chairman Gordon.
I'm here as well.
Senator Driscoll.
Excused, I guess.
Senator Landon.
Excused.
Senator Landon's online, looks like. Oh, Nicholas, I'm sorry. Representative Nicholas.
Here.
And I think Representative Angelos is excused.
All right.
We have a
Well,
quorum,
thanks.
sir.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, we do have an executive session tentatively on the agenda, but I wonder if I might be able to confirm if it's needed or not. An executive session? I recommend that ANI's confirm that the executive session discussion is no longer necessary. I recommend amending the agenda to remove item 11, executive session, and approving the agenda as amended.
Thank you very much for that suggestion.
So move.
It's been moved by the treasurer. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by both the superintendent and the auditor. Dead heat. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, item 2 is approval of the April 8th, June 4th. That might be June 8th. And June 24th meeting minutes. The minutes are included in the packet and the department recommends approval as presented.
Members of the commission, you've had a chance to review these. We can take them either individually or all in one. If there are no corrections or comments. And again, these would be the minutes from the April 8th, the
June 8th.
June 8th, and the June
24th.
24th. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman would move approval of the minutes from June 8th and June 24th.
June 8th and June 24th. Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a second. Thank you. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
I think we have one more set of minutes. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, my materials say June 4th, 2026, but that was actually June 8th, 2026. I'm just wondering where we're at on that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, the meeting was on June 8th.
All right.
The notes
I'll
are
just correct
incorrect,
the
but the
materials. Thank
minutes
you.
are correct.
Okay. So there's a correction.
To the packet, but not to the minutes.
Okay. Madam
Mr.
Superintendent.
Chairman, are we good then, or was there an April 8th?
Well,
that also needed to be?
what I thought I heard was the April 8th and June 8th. Did I also hear, or did you say inclusive?
I did not include in April, so if I need to amend that.
Yeah,
make another
that
motion.
was the one I was thinking was missing.
Okay,
Thank you.
so Mr. Chairman would move approval of the April 8th meeting minutes, excuse me.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Now you can proceed. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, commission members, item 3 is the commission's review of the 2027-2028 supplemental capital construction requests. Construction management evaluated each request using the commission's criteria for critical need, strategic significance, agency priority, project readiness, and funding source. The construction working group provided project level discussion, but did not adopt an overall ranking. The recommendations and proposed statewide priorities before you today are therefore construction management's technical recommendations for the commission's review and action. I'll begin with a brief overview, and the project managers and agency representatives are available to address individual requests. We do have a project presentation that was discussed during the construction working group. I think that might be a little laborious to try to keep up with the slideshow during this meeting, but there may be agencies that would like to refer to certain pages during their testimony.
Okay.
If discussion warrants. A revised summary sheet is provided at the table, and that revised summary sheet adds line numbers on the left. It corrects a rounding error. Aligns the figures with the state construction department recommendation and provides requested and recommended grand totals. The order shown on the revised summary sheet and the order in which the request will be presented is the state construction department's recommended enterprise priority order. The line numbers are provided for ease of reference and don't replace the enterprise priority numbers. The commission may evaluate and establish its enterprise priorities today. Alternatively, the commission may act on the individual recommendations and return to the final enterprise prioritization at its October meeting. Staff, we understand that one or more additional requests may be sufficiently developed to come forward in October. And if the final prioritization is deferred, the state construction department priority order will remain the department's recommendation, but the SBC priority column will remain open until the commission completes its review. Superintendent Degenfelder served as chair of the construction working group and may wish to provide brief opening remarks regarding the working group's review. Superintendent Degenfelder, would you like to offer any opening comments?
Mr. Chairman, the committee met multiple times reviewing initial review of the requests with the pertinent agencies. We did not take votes on ordering, but rather deferred to that taking place today. And so what's before you, I asked that the secretary note that delineation between budget authorization only and actual requests from the general fund. So as you'll see there, with the exception of priority number 1, which is level 1 and 2, 2 through 9 are budget authorization spending authority only. And so wondered about today with process, Mr. Chairman, if you have preference there, but to just work through these with the agencies to provide overview for the members. And then at the end, perhaps if there are recommendations to move or shift ordering or numbers, then we could go about that as a commission.
That sounds fine. So let's take it that way.
Okay, that sounds great.
Thank you very much for your work, Superintendent.
Following the superintendent's remarks, I also invite Secretary Gray and Senator Landon, if he's available, to provide any opening observations.
Secretary Gray.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was a pleasure serving on the subcommittee, and I look forward to continued discussion on this important work. Thanks. Bye.
All right, thank you. I do not see that Senator Landon has been able to join us.
Mr. Chairman, I will introduce the agency representatives as we reach their first request in the SCD recommended order. Once an agency comes to the testimony table, its representatives will remain available for any subsequent projects involving that agency's requests. We'll continue through the enterprise priority as presented on the revised summary sheet, keeping representatives at the table only intended to make discussion more efficient. It does not change the ranking of the projects. So with that, we will bring State Fire Marshal Byron Matthews to the testimony table.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Nice to be back in uniform.
Yes, sir. The full week.
Mr. Chairman, SCD recommends $250,000 in general funds. The current bundle includes the Wyoming Fire Academy classroom facilities study and provides authority for other planning studies subsequently approved by the commission. These studies establish a need, evaluate alternatives, develop scope and cost information, and provide the due diligence necessary before larger design or construction investments are requested. Thank you. And with that, take it away.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members, we gave you a brief overview of the project and some of the things that get outlined in our facility in Riverton. The challenge we have with the city, with the facility that we have for our training is it's had 3 separate additions over time, and the workflow within that space has been convoluted. So in order to move from one space to the next, you're walking through adjoining spaces and/or classrooms. Many of the classrooms are out, well, all the classrooms are outdated as far as technology and the opportunities that we have to provide that high-level training for our firefighters, along with our electrical safety. So with this $250,000, it gives us the opportunity to evaluate the structure, which has been evaluated, so we can evaluate the inside, set that up for more efficient workflow. We have workspace, office on one end, classrooms on another end, classrooms in the center. It's very challenging as we move through that. One of the other things we have is the products and byproducts of combustion. So as we're training out on the drill ground, those folks are exposed to those carcinogens and those different things. So giving us the opportunity to create a clean space and a dirty so-called classroom. So we have the opportunity to debrief after those events, and we're not bringing those byproducts of combustion into the facility and causing additional challenges. We can separate the clean and the dirty areas. It would also allow us to evaluate the existing we call the old burn building, which has become storage, so that we have that opportunity to make sure that we get the best use and utilization of that footprint. With that, I think I'd stand for questions. I would welcome the opportunity for you guys to come up and walk through the facility, because the pictures are there and the workflow goes through, but when you experience it, it makes a lot more sense on the challenges that we have within that space.
Thanks. Are there any questions? Mr. Treasurer.
Just, I've been up there several times and I know what you mean. You can almost get lost. It's more like a maze than something that's really functional. But I'm just wondering in this, are you going to be able to get enough design to, determine where all the bearing walls are and all of this to there? Or does it go that depth in the detail or that depth? So we can actually go to free and actually, knock everything down that can be knocked down, figure out all that construction and all that architecture. So I see some heads nodding, but just wondering how far we can get down the road.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we do believe that this funding will get us to the sufficient level 2 recommendations. We will have some discussion a little bit later on and potentially rethinking the way we approach the planning stage, which is level 1, level 2, And then there's a part of level 3 that is also design, where you get more design, more accurate, more detailed cost estimates.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Matthews, not related to this particular thing, but there was some concern when the new parking lot was laid that it was not going to be adequate. Has it proven itself?
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. So the work that was completed, the GeoGrid and that underlay has actually held up remarkably well. It was a great design. It's also given us the opportunity that we expanded the hands-on portion of that drill ground.
Okay.
And that's this conversation. We've invested well in the outside, I'll call them props, the different cul-de-sacs, the approaches, the buildings. We're working through the gas props right now, but we need to update that classroom space because the importance of that conversation of the hands-on in the field is really good, but we need to get that classroom and do all of that work prior to hitting the drill ground.
Thank you. Thanks. Any further questions? Madam Superintendent, was your intention just to sort of walk through each of these as we go?
Mr. Chairman, I think that would be appropriate. And then maybe at the end, if there is any desire to reorder,
Sure.
then we could go through.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the next set of projects is the Wyoming Military Department. There are 4 projects. 3 are authorization only. The projects are located on the CapCon. And I invite the Wyoming Military Department to the table. We have General Porter and Deputy Director Mel Muldrow. Please introduce yourself in case I.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the State Building Commission. My name is Major General Greg Porter, and I serve as the Adjutant General for the state of Wyoming, for the record.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Mel Muldrow, Deputy Director, Wyoming Military Department, State Military Affairs.
Sergeant Major Edie, I'm the Command Senior Enlisted Leader of the Wyoming National Guard.
I'm Lieutenant Colonel Michael Kingman. I'm the Construction and Facilities Manager for the Wyoming Army National Guard.
Very good. Thanks. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. I think by way of sort of how we'll get after this, there's some authorizations that I'm going to have Lieutenant Colonel Kingman, our Facilities Maintenance Manager, talk to us about, and then I would like to discuss with the commission this idea of funding an entry control point, if that pleases the chair and the rest of the commission.
Chairman, so for us on the Army side.
Could you start your, sorry about
My
that.
apologies. Mr. Chairman, for us on the Army side, I have 3 projects requesting authorization. They're all 3 100% federal projects. The first 2 are military construction projects for 2 additional barracks to be constructed on Camp Guernsey. Both are, in our master plan to meet the requirements of our level 2 training center there. We constructed one, finished around 2024. We have another on the future year defense plan for construction in fiscal year 30. And then these 2 additional, we're competing at the national level now. They're not on the FYDP yet, the future year defense plan, but we're trying to get ahead of that. They went forward to the National Guard Bureau and Congress as 1 and 2 from the Adjutant General this last year in his tag and narrative. So the first is a 500-bed barracks, the exact same as the one that we're building in fiscal year 30. And then the other is a smaller 350-bed barracks, which is similar to the one we constructed in 2024. In addition, we are competing with National Guard Bureau for 100% federal funds for utility upgrades on the camp. We're our own utility provider for the most part in terms of water, sewer, stormwater, et cetera. And we have some constraints there as we continue to build out Camp Guernsey to meet the needs of training in the future. So that is a unspecified minor military construction project at $8 million. NGB controls those funds. Again, 100% federal project, but seeking authorization so we can spend those monies through the cooperative agreement. Any other questions, sir?
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any questions? Very good.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
So in contrast to these other three projects, I'm bringing before you a separate sort of approach to this. The first three that we talked about when we were talking about federal authorization entirely deals with the Army side in Camp Guernsey. This one is actually going to be on the Air National Guard side and will deal with the entry control point here in Cheyenne. And by way of an introduction to the problem, what I'm going to ask on behalf of the men and women that serve there is the state fund a one-time $8.8 million entry control point that will help secure the Air National Guard base. Before you use a set of slides, and so I'll kind of walk you through that very quickly on why we're taking this approach and how we think we solve this problem. I'll direct you to slide 2 on the slide packet, which really talks about securing the gateway to this entry control point. Now, understand this really is a federal requirement to do this, but we've been really unsuccessful in getting this project raised to the level to get it funded. And I wanted to first thank Director McCombie and his entire team for helping us kind of work through this as a way to go forward to solve this problem for us. Really, if you take a look, that first picture is the current gate that sits in front of the Cheyenne, Wyoming base. Next to that, you'll just see a sort of a demonstration or an illustration of the degradation that this entry control point is going through. If we move to the next next slide, it really talks about the federal funding gap. So while this has been a #1 priority for our Air National Guard for almost a decade now, entry control points traditionally don't aren't prioritized at National Guard Bureau. They get after some other priorities. And if we go down through the slide, really we've had no success for almost a decade of getting this funded. Given the budget limitations that are going on in military construction right now, particularly in the Air National Guard, they only fund about 12 of the 300 MILCON projects that are out there every year. So there's not a lot of money there. If you look they're only in 27 expected to fund $580 million of a almost $8 billion requirement. So getting the entry control points is pretty difficult. We thought we'd try this approach, the value proposition being that we're going to protect, the Wyoming Air National Guard, the people and the assets that are really critical to our defense in the state and also the national defense. With this approach, which would then the state of Wyoming would gift the entry control point back to the Wyoming National Guard, and then that would be a one-time, and there would be no federal all the sustainment would be federal at that time. So the state would not be on the hook for any sustainment. So we would gift it. This is not something that we've done in Wyoming particularly yet, but it's a fairly common practice across the other states. You can see the examples here. Hunter, Georgia had a $1.8 million vehicle maintenance facility, Keyfield, the fire station that they had. So I know Minnesota also had a project. They built a PT facility for their soldiers up in Minnesota. So it's a fairly common practice across the 54 states and territories to have the state construct and build and then gift it. If we were to get any sort of federal stuff, and you can see the authorizations here, really it's probably going to go to making sure that the new airframe that we're getting, the C-130J, which will start getting those tails in fiscal year 28, really will probably go to that to make sure that that's functional. So once again, I can foresee the entry control point falling down lower. So right now, this is the only way in any sort of reasonable amount of time, given what's going on in the world right now, that I think we can upgrade those entry control points to get after it. Let me pause there very quickly before I continue to move on, in case there are any questions or I said something that didn't make sense.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I'm over in this one here where you have the blowout. I'm just wondering, of the whole area in there, how much of that land is Air National Guard and how much of it is Wyoming? It would seem like if we're going to access the federal funds, that, and we're going to do a transfer and put a dollar number on it, maybe we should see the entire footprint rather than just the entry point. And so I'm wondering what the total footprint is on that. You don't have to give it to us now,
Mhm.
you know, but I think that's something where we might want to consider moving toward, because frankly, the Air National Guard to a certain extent is controlled by, you know, our governor, you know, as a head military guy here. So, a civilian authority. So, just wanted to make sure that if we're going through this process, a lot of times it's easier to, rather than bit by bit, we actually look at the whole, scope. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Treasurer.
Thanks, sir.
General Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I appreciate that. I'll make that note. So if we move to slide 4, it really, then we really start to talk about the 3 areas that we're trying to get after. The vulnerability of the base as it stands right now. You can see we've had some gate runners since 2010, a couple of bomb threats at that time. It is hazardous out there. We do about 158 truck inspections a month. Those are really conducted outside. And while the weather is certainly a factor of that, it's more important that we keep eyes off the process of us going and inspecting the vehicle. So we really need something covered that keeps our processes, our tactics, our techniques sort of unavailable to the bad guy's eyes as we go through there. And then, you know, I think everybody or many of you may have experienced the public traffic hazard that we have, particularly on drill weekends and at arrival and leaving for the duty day. We really tend to back up a lot of traffic there on Dell Range, particularly when the instruction's going on. So those are the 3 things that we hope to mitigate with the construction of this project. And I think we should have a pretty good plan to get that done.
Very good. Questions, Madam Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Porter, I can't remember if we discussed this in the prior meetings, but is there any chance that this could be reimbursed?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, there is a chance, not very likely, by the way the Air Guard runs it. There is a possibility that during the year that this is constructed, if another state or another project doesn't execute, that we could harvest those funds and it can be a reimbursement. But I will be upfront. I don't think that's very likely to happen.
Thank you. Further question, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, this is probably a dumb question, which I'm always happy to ask. What is this a picture of? I mean, I can tell it's in bad shape, but
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, what that is a picture of the vehicle barrier that pops up to prevent entrance into the base.
and Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming there's probably newer technology than some of this that is.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, you are correct. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
If we
Further
move
questions?
I'm
Please
sorry.
go ahead.
Move to slide 5, sir, and back to where the treasurer was going. What this is the call out, just to give you a sense of the area that we're talking about for those that maybe not live in Cheyenne. So this particular map that we show on slide 5, you can certainly see the runway there. And then the red outline is the Air National Guard facilities, which are actually leased on the Air National Guard side. And then the circle, that is where we're going to talk about for the entry control point. And if we move to the next slide, slide 6, we really get into the detail of what this could look like. If you look right under the conceptual design, this looks a lot like Gate 5. Those of you that are familiar with Effie Warren, the gate that's over there by the Wyoming Department of Transportation, Game and Fish, and our own headquarters, it looks pretty much like that. It's a pretty standard Air Force design. It's got the, on the far right-hand side, it's got the oversized vehicle inspection area, 2 traffic lanes, and then the guardhouse there. The team will actually go through and do a design, but it's going to look pretty close to this. If you move over to the right-hand side of the slide, that is a concept of how it could be done that will actually bring more traffic onto the base to prevent the traffic from lining out into Dell Range. Again, that's not, if this project is approved, the smart folks will actually do the design for it, but that's a likely way that this would look, just to kind of give you a sense of what it would look like.
General Porter, thinking back to the work we did on the Kansas City Federal Reserve Bank, the points of entry were way away from any operational pieces. And they, in fact, were designed to contain an explosion and mitigate it by letting it go straight up as
Yes, sir.
opposed to out. Is that something that's being considered here as well?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, that's part of the construction standards that the Air Force will give. As you can tell, it almost has to go that way. We're limited with space. And
Yeah.
so that's how we'll have to mitigate effects on our buildings is having it go up. And
Okay. Further questions? Is there anything more, sir?
hey, sir, just to finally on slide 7, that's the recommendation is the value proposition out there for the state of Wyoming. If the people in the building commission and ultimately the legislature can approve this 8.8 million, we're going to make some great strides in protecting the people that work at that base and the facilities and giving them a good place to do this securely. And so that's really the presentation, sir. I'm certainly standing by for your questions. Anything we can do to help make this clearer for the team.
Fantastic. Any further questions? Any? Mr. Representative Nicholas, any questions? Okay, thank you. Thanks. Good presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Just for clarification, so we did jump to that number 10.
Right.
So now the next 3 we'll be back up to is just spending authority only.
Yep. Thank you. So we are now on item number 5. Is that correct, Madam Secretary?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that is correct. We would now move to Casper College for authorization of the Casper College Soccer Complex, followed by 2 other projects for Casper College. Here we are. President Cosine.
President Cosine, good to see you this morning.
Good to see you too, Mr. Governor. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for hearing our proposal today. We are asking for authorization to move forward with our phase 1 of our soccer complex. The proposal is $4.6 million, and this is a self-funded project. We have saved up some reserves to be able to move forward with this project. And basically, we're wanting to replace our current moraine fields over to the northwest part of our campus with artificial turf and also build a small sports operations building. Currently, our fields are not playable by or they're not safe for our athletes to play on. Currently, they are practicing on this, but we have moved all of our game day operations over to Kelly Walsh High School, and we would like to be able to move those back to campus. These fields were actually never meant to be played on. They were actually part of a construction tech project in the 1980s, and then were converted over to soccer fields and playing fields in the early 2000s. We have difficulty keeping up with the maintenance on this. We spend an inordinate amount of money trying to keep them watered. The grass was never meant to be able to be collegiate. And we've also had to move some of our community programming, like our partnership with the YMCA. We've no longer been able to have the students play on this field just due to the additional wear on this that has not allowed that provides more damage to the field. So our students are not able to play on that. So we are asking to move forward with this project. And I would entertain any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are there any questions? Appreciate it very much. Would you, just one quick question. Casper has put quite a bit into soccer complexes and other things. Would this be part of sort of an overall kind of community effort as well?
Yeah, well, this project is being funded solely by Casper College. This would actually allow us, Casper, to apply to host state soccer because it would provide another certified athletic field for that. And so we're really excited about being able to open up this project and our fields to the Casper community as a whole.
Thank you. All right. If there are no questions, we can proceed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, President Cosine, could you please move to the next project, which is, let's see. It's the Health Science Building.
Yes, so we, in our campus master plan and our 2024 master plan, the consultants that we had actually recommended building 2 new buildings. One of them is the Casper College Health Science Building, and the other one is the Industrial Tech Building. We actually asked for level 2 funding for this in the 2026 legislative session. We received that level 2 funding, but as of now, we have not moved forward with that. We're still working with the state construction department on this. And so while I see that there are 2 funds, the 32.7 million and the 28.3 million for these, I'm not sure that we're actually ready to be asking for these funds, and I wasn't sure how the level 3s got on this agenda.
Mr. Chairman, President Cosine, each year when the Wyoming Community College Commission meets in June, they send forward their priority list. And that initiates our creation of the capital construction requests. Generally, the state construction department concurs with possibly the slightly too early step in full construction funding, but perhaps it might make sense to revise that amount to take the next step forward so that in between the completion of your level 2 and the next biennial cycle, there is not a put your pencils down for up to 14 months.
Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, so I will address the health science building then. So currently, we have 7 accredited health science programs and an additional program that is not accredited, but we have basically maxed out our capacity in terms of space and our health science programs. Currently, our health science programs are 8 programs are housed in 4 different buildings, all of which are significantly aging. And we are not able to pull all of those health science programs together to work together like they would in a hospital, despite the fact that we do have an interdisciplinary health science certificate. And so this building would actually consolidate all of our health science programs. It would allow additional instruction and lab space, not only for each of the individual programs, but also for all of them to work together. It also would enhance our simulation center, which is also an accredited program at our college. And so we're seeking funding and to move forward with this project as well, so that we can consolidate all of our health science programs and just help address a lot of the healthcare workforce needs that we have in the state.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Secretary, if a person were to go about sort of re-understanding, if there were, what the request here is, what we have quite a ways to go before their actual recommendation comes. But it might be helpful to have some idea, I guess, what that could be.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, all community college requests are included in accordance with the Community College Commission's new project and multi-year priority list found on page 34 and
Right.
35 of the main SBC information packet. Those lists are an important input to the statewide review. And so they're in the record for each community college request. It's the Community College Commission that moves the budget narratives forward to us. And perhaps on each project, I don't have an educated estimate right now of what might be a more logical recommendation from
Right.
the state construction department on keeping things moving forward. But I think I'd like to invite Director McComey to kind of elaborate on some of the things we've been discussing.
Sure. And I also note that I believe President Tribally is the head of the Community College Commission. I know we'll talk to him a little bit later. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commission. One of the gaps that we see in the current process that we have right now is when we go from a level 1, level 2, then we go to a level 3, we come back to the commission and we ask. And sometimes there's up to a 14-month gap, depending on when those kind of finish up and when they go. And typically you're using the same architectural firm going from your level 1, level 2, and then into your level 3. So you get this gap. You don't know whether the same team's going to be around at that point in time. And you really lose a lot of drive and energy. And as this commission is certainly aware, 14 months times money on these projects. And so one of the things that we've been kicking around in the office to try and I think keep the priority or the process a little more smooth is doing a little bit of funding. And again, it would depend on a project specific, do some level 3 funding to kind of keep that same team going as we move forward. And it'll really drive out then I think a better cost estimate in the long run for the larger project, because they can go in and do a little bit more in-depth study on the mechanical units. If it's a remodel, let's use the Riverton office building, for example, what's exactly there. But during that 12 to 14 month gap, come back and report to the commission as we make those milestones in that before that bigger ask comes in. For example, on these projects, you're looking at $70-some million. So I think in this particular case, it would be us maybe sitting down with the college commission and perhaps the community college itself and trying to figure out what that dollar amount to kind of move into that level 3 threshold. As was mentioned earlier, they have the funding right now for 1 and 2, but to kind of keep that process flowing into that 3 and then provide some better detail on the dollars as we move forward. So and I'm thinking, you've heard the term over the years, your 30% plans, whether it's on the school side or our larger projects, perhaps not all the way to 30%, but something in between that, again, we can come back and report to the commission and keep these projects kind of moving forward. So I think my recommendation, again, Mr. Chairman, based on what we've heard, is for us to sit down between now and the October meeting and work with the Community College Commission and the college and come back and see what those dollar asks may be.
Very good. Madam Superintendent and Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so Director McComey, that was going to be my question of historically, we have had placeholders for some of these moving into the process. And so is this a deal where we just have a placeholder, like keep this at no value right now, but you do foresee a value for the supplemental or just the next budget session?
Mr. Chairman, I would keep these, hold them open right now for the October meeting. And then there'll be some dollars that will come back in October and ask for some dollars. And these will be fairly minor dollars. Just keep that design flow kind of moving forward. So.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I guess I see it might be, beneficial and helpful to leave these in the budget on other funds, is because if the college or the commission is fundraising and they don't have a place to put it into an encumbered account, then it looks like free reserves and they're just getting money that is out there for any purpose. But if you put it in here, then I think that helps in the fundraising. It helps in making sure that we're identifying these fundraising attempts and so it doesn't look like we're just putting a big piggy bank out there. You know, I mean, it's a piggy bank, but it's for a specific purpose. And then you don't have necessarily the free reserves because they're not identified.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Treasurer. Very good.
Mr. Chairman, next, we move to Sheridan College with the Johnson.
Did you want to discuss the
Sorry.
Casper Industrial Tech Building? No worries. No worries.
Mr. Chairman, that's absolutely correct. Thank you.
Right.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just briefly about the Industrial Tech Building. This new building would actually replace our Werner Tech Building, which houses welding, our machine tool program, and our auto body repair. That building was built in the early 60s and has really outlived its useful life. The HVAC in that building is not great. It has original one single pane windows throughout. We've actually maxed out as you can imagine, the technology has changed since the 60s. And so the machines and the equipment that we have is really starting to outpace the amount of space that we have in that building. And we've also, with, you know, the advent of all of this, with the being able to be wireless with welders and all of that, we've actually maxed out our electrical and our IT capacity in that building as well. And if you kind of go around the outside, you see some of the concrete is starting to crumble a little bit. And so basically this would, we would demolish that building and then build this new industrial tech building on the south end of campus, which would be next to our career studies building, which houses some of our other industrial tech programs. So it'd kind of create a south CTE campus for us and also just upgrade all of the industrial tech space. And we would end up moving a lot or replacing a lot of equipment up there as well.
Thank you. Are there questions, Mr. Treasurer?
As you're looking at into your new industrial tech building, are you considering anything as far as a fiber installation, data centers, different areas where new technology and new things are coming on board? And one of the things I think you should look at is that 3M just developed a new type of a fiber that essentially will start replacing the need for a lot of copper in these facilities. And so as technology changes, and the jobs change, I know you're going to try to stay on top of that, but I'm just hoping that you, while we support our core industries, as far as building and welding and other areas, that we look at to see whether or not that's something you might also consider. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
will absolutely consider all of those. And we also will consider looking at what other things are coming down the pipeline in terms of industrial tech programs that we may need and make those adjustments and have space for that.
Thank you. President Corzine, I know that's probably a higher priority. Is that the way I look at it? It says number 2 versus the health number 3.
I think that was actually the Community College Commission ranking.
Okay.
But as we have moved forward, we're looking at trying to do both of these buildings at the same time. And so we're looking at some ways to be able to move forward with that and have some cost savings. And so that is actually something that I've worked with my trustees on in the very recent past, and that we will be proposing during our level 2 exploration and study.
Very good. Any further questions? President, thank you for being available and thanks for your service, not only as Casper College, but your work on health with RHTP and other things. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I've really had to, hold myself back from commenting that the most important thing is to pull Casper College off of the Kelly Walsh soccer fields.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I understand the rivalries. Very good. Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, commission members, next we have Sheridan College, Johnson County Center. We have President Walt Tribely, who should be joining us shortly. Sheridan College requests authorization to expend $7 million of institutional or other funds for the Johnson County Center in Buffalo. The proposed facility would provide career and technical education, general classroom, certified nursing assistant instruction, and administrative space near Buffalo High School. Dr. Tribely.
Thank you, Mr. Governor, members of the commission. It's a pleasure to be in front of you today. So as the summary noted, this is a request for spending authority. The college is attempting to build a building directly across the street from Buffalo High School in Johnson County. Johnson County has been a part of our service area for many years. The college has operated with a center, renting a center, we call it, in Buffalo. First, we were in the old theater, and we've been in, since I've been here, we've been renting space in the Bomber Mountain Civic Center, which many of you know, the unrenovated portion of that was a grade school that opened in 1956. What we can't do there in that rented space is things like the construction trades or welding, etc. This new building directly across the street from Buffalo High School will expand our partnership there. We have tremendous support from leaders in Johnson County. Superintendent Otsky spoke to our Wyoming Community College Commission, Representative Conley did. We had Commission Chair Bill Novotny and Senator Barry Crago couldn't make it, but he had written a letter of support. So we're very tightly aligned in our dual and concurrent enrollment. One of the things we can't do is offer those types of CTE classes. We'll continue to do what we're already doing. You just need a classroom to do the didactic portions of higher education, and we will continue to do those. The center will serve as another place in Johnson County for meetings and gatherings, but the focus is to be a even closer partner with the high school and bring much needed collegiate level and opportunities for enhanced dual and concurrent enrollment in the CTE programs. I'll wrap it up by saying President Berger is over our Sheridan College Foundation. They have generously approved paying for half of this already at $3.5 million. And we are seeking spending authority this year through your process.
Thank you, Mr. President. Any questions? I have one, Walt. Is this, when you say directly across the street, I'm assuming you're going west, or are you going north?
You know the area so well. This is like your hometown. Excuse me, Mr. Governor. I know. We are actually going north, and the site presents some drainage issues. So it's directly across the street, down the hill from the athletic fields. The major part of our strategy for building a center there is site location and runoff mitigation. We have secured, we have many fabulous construction companies that were in the running to be selected, and we chose the one that's building a church directly west of that property, is dealing with the same types of runoff issues. You didn't mention runoff, but it's that lower property
Right
to the north.
You know me too well, Mr. President. Thank you. All right. Very good. Any further questions? If there are none, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now we have Gillette College, Community College District, and the Wyoming Community College Commission. If they could come to join us online, we have Ms. Larson, who will present to us about a $0 property acquisition transfer. And then also after that, we'll chat about the major maintenance request.
Very good.
Good morning, Mr.
Morning.
Chairman and building commissioners. My name is Ann Larson. I'm the VP of Administrative Services here at Gillette Community College District. Can you hear me okay?
You're a little bit faint. If there's any way you can increase your volume or we can, that would be great.
Is this better?
Is it better?
No.
A little better?
I'll try this microphone. Is that better? No.
There we go.
Okay, there we are.
Okay. Sorry about that. Have to switch microphones between meeting types. So thank you for your time today. We're looking for approval of the transfer of the county buildings to the college. This includes the main building, the tech center, the Pronghorn Center, and the Rodeo Ag Complex. The county has approved these and there is no funding requested from the state for this transfer. We're just looking for state approval.
Okay, are there any questions? Very good. And so you have the major maintenance issue.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. The Wyoming Community College Commission has included 1.277 million for the second half of the biennium for major maintenance for Gillette College. And this is assuming we have met all the accreditation thresholds by then, by the second biennium.
Okay. Are there questions? Any comment? Ms. Treasurer.
Is there ongoing major maintenance that will be transferred to the community college in Gillette or to the system overall?
Mr. Commissioner, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, yes. There will be, assuming we meet all the thresholds for accreditation and assessing for mills. We would be looking to be equal with the other colleges in terms of our portion of major maintenance.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Mr. Chairman.
Madams.
That request is on page 31 of the capital construction packet, and Gillette College buildings, the eligible square footage is 309,000 square feet. Which calculates at the current statutory formula to be 1.27 million annually. So assuming they meet the criteria, that would be double for each biennia going forward. They had earned major maintenance for much of the square footage that exists up until December 16th, I think, of 25, when the college was part of
Sheridan
Northwest.
College. Yeah, Northwest.
Sheridan
Yeah.
College.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Any further? I hear none. Thank you very much for being available.
Great, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, now we have Eastern Wyoming College HVAC project supplemental major maintenance. Statute allows for Community College Commission and other agencies to request additional major maintenance funds when the funds that are allocated to their facilities are not sufficient to cover their need. And this is one of those situations. I'll turn it over to the college representatives to provide more detail. That request is on page, 14 of the capital construction packet.
Good morning, Governor Gordon and commissioners. We appreciate your time allowing us just to do a brief overview of some major maintenance requests that we will actually have worked with the State Building Commission and the Wyoming Community College Commission on major maintenance supplemental request. I really appreciate.
Mr. President, would you just identify yourself for?
Absolutely. I am Jeff Hawes, President of Eastern Wyoming College, and with me today is Patrick Corl, our VP of Administrative Services, and our lead agent on the overhaul inside our organization, our Director of Facilities, Tom Popalik. And so thank you for that, Governor. I really appreciate the opportunity to come in and actually discuss EWC's commitment to making sure our facilities stay relevant for the next 30 years, 30 to 50 years, and Wyoming's public infrastructure investment, trying to make sure that we make sure that our taxpayer investments in these facilities and resources maintain their viability for a long time. Today, I'm requesting your support of what we define as a major HVAC modernization project that affects 3 buildings at Eastern Wyoming College. And those 3 buildings are 3 of the original buildings on our campus that will include the Fine Arts Auditorium, the Tebbit Building, and the Student Activities and Event Center. I would also like to take a moment just to give a special thank you to Dave Webb and Brandon Van Tassel for their meaningful work on behalf of the state of Wyoming. Tom Popalik and Patrick Coral brought those 2 individuals very early on to help us evaluate some strategies for, again, making sure we look at the long-term investment in our facilities. And a special thank you to Rob Dennis with WCCC for his support in helping move this project forward. So with that, I'll turn it over for a brief overview from Patrick Coral and Tom Popalik to do a couple of critical updates with questions.
Thank you.
Chairman and Commissioners, thank you for allowing us to be here. First of all, I want to say that we are always very appreciative of the funding that we do receive. The state is very generous to the community colleges and most of the state government. I've been in various avenues of state government, including county government, obviously in the judiciary, and now with Eastern Wyoming College. And you probably don't hear thank you enough, but thank you for taking care of us. This request is an exception to our major maintenance, or a supplement to our major maintenance. This is a request to upgrade our system rather than an expansion. It is a request that preserves critical state assets. And these buildings that we have at EWC, like every community college, they educate our students every day. They serve our communities. They add to workforce development. They are an integral part of our community college system. Without intervention, without this increased funding, we are going to have continued issues at our college that include mechanical failures and prevent some reliability of services. At Eastern Wyoming College, and probably as you hear from many of the state buildings, we've really reached a critical stage of our infrastructure. As President Haas talked about, some of our buildings, 1968 was our original campus building. In excess of 50 years, even our newer buildings that we call our newer buildings are really in that 50-year range as well. So we've had a tough decision to make. Do we continue to repair, or do we make a request to you to upgrade our system and to go to something with a newer technology and still be responsible? As Dr. Haas talked about, our facilities are the Tebbit Building, constructed in 1968. That was our main campus. We added a fine arts center to the southeast, and then obviously to the northwest, we added the fine arts, or excuse me, the facilities that really house most of our student services and some of our administrative offices. The scope of this project includes the following: replacement chillers, new boilers, modern air handling systems, upgrading pipes and valves that become really in disrepair, new ductwork where required, digital building automation controls, and EWC suffers from 2 competing systems, one which is a pneumatic system and one which is an electric system. And over the years, we've tried to dovetail those together. Simply isn't working to the extent that we'd hoped to. We know this will improve our air quality systems, and it will also help us with the electrical upgrades. The request is $7.2 million from Eastern Wyoming College, 3.2 in the main Tebbit Building, 1.9 in the Fine Arts, and 2.1 in the Activities Center. We believe the return on investment, as we did the cost analysis for this, is important to note. This will reduce our emergency repairs lower long-term operating expenses, improve our energy efficiency. I talked about increasing our system reliability, provide better learning for students, better working conditions for employees. We have our main IT structure within the Tebbit building and the activities center, and it protects or provides protection for that structure, and it preserves, most importantly, a valuable community and state public access or asset. The cost of inaction, as we went through our cost analysis, is this. We're seeing increasing mechanical failures. We're seeing higher emergency repair costs. Mr. Popalik has been coming in fact, over the weekends, instead of a full-time job in which he's working 10 or 12 hours a day, we're seeing the director in on Saturdays and Sundays just to keep the repair going. He started the system back up again Sunday to get ready for Monday's classes. We think there'll be some, without these repairs, reduced energy efficiency. There's a greater risk of closures or partial closures. And importantly, we think if these repairs don't happen, that there'll be an accelerated deterioration of state-owned infrastructure. So members of the commission, this project indeed, I believe, represents responsible government. It protects existing public investments. It improves operational efficiency, and it supports our community and students. And so this is a large number, or at least a large number for Eastern Wyoming College, and we would sure ask for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Poplar. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I guess one comment. I think we're going to probably see a lot more of these areas where we've got really aging infrastructure. And I know in some circumstances, the only place you can get replacement parts is on eBay, and you hope that some salvage yard actually has them. So, you know, things wear out and things need to be updated. And when you do that, you do gain efficiencies and some cost savings. So all in all, Mr. Chairman, I think this is a reasonable request.
Thank you. Further comments? Questions? Really appreciate it. Thank you very much for making the trip here, and
thank you.
Stay tuned.
Thank you, Governor,
Thank you,
Commissioner.
folks.
Thank you, Doctor. Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, next we have Wyoming Community College Priority 4, Wyoming Public Television, and Central Wyoming College Broadcast Tower Capital Renewal Request of $4 million. This request replaces obsolete transmission, microwave, emergency alert, and supporting equipment serving all 23 counties and supporting public broadcasting, education, and emergency communications. I'll let the representatives introduce themselves. Yes.
Good morning. Good to see you here, Joanna.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of the commission. I'm Joanna Kale, CEO of Wyoming Public Television, also known as Wyoming PBS. And with me is Josh Williams. He's our Chief Technology Officer. And I need to review a few things so that everyone can understand maybe just a little history behind why Wyoming Public Television is such an integral part of our emergency alert system in the state of Wyoming. And secondly, what happened more on the federal level, which will then lead us into why I'm here requesting these funds today. This is the first time that Wyoming Public Television has ever asked the state of Wyoming for any funds specifically for our tower system in this way. So the history of public media handling emergency alerts goes back to the 1960s, back in the Cold War, when the United States decided they needed some sort of a system to get emergency alerts to everybody if something were to go wrong. Luckily, from then to now, we've never had to use that public system across the nation. However, FEMA still sees us as the primary source to get emergency alerts out. So that's a very brief history, and you're welcome to ask any questions. But what ended up happening was we received a grant from FEMA. FEMA worked with the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which, as many of you know, was shut down after 60 years of being operative. They worked with the Corporation for Public Broadcasting on $150 million in grant funds that was supposed to go to public television stations and radio stations across the country, specifically for this purpose. So the federal government realizes how important our broadcast infrastructure is. Unfortunately, we were awarded, not unfortunately, we were very excited to be awarded those funds, but then those funds were rescinded from Wyoming Public Television shortly after the Corporation for Public Broadcasting their funds were rescinded. We also requested, we went into the Wyoming Office of Homeland Security and asked for them to participate with us on another grant that was provided by FEMA for broadcast systems across the country, and that was also denied. Currently, the state of Wyoming owns 29 towers through Central Wyoming College, which also are operated and maintained by a wonderful staff of 5 engineers at the state of Wyoming. 56 towers total is what we maintain. 29 of those are owned by the state of Wyoming. So this isn't just about our award-winning storytelling about Wyoming's history, about veterans such as Lieutenant Lee Alley, and receiving incredible awards for those stories. This is about public safety. Our public safety is at risk if these towers are not operative. These towers have not received a renewal probably in their equipment in 25 years or so. This FEMA grant was a long-awaited grant for public television, public radio stations across the country. And to see it be taken away when we have equipment that's 20, 25 years old, I believe it was Mr. Treasurer that mentioned we have to find our parts on eBay. We've gone beyond that. We're reaching out across the world trying to find parts for our tower system at the moment. So I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kale. Are there questions? Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, so I guess I have a couple questions that maybe interlace some comments. I mean, for one, I think on the equipment, I mean, RF is always sort of a difficult thing to get parts, okay? So, I mean, when I was managing radio stations, I mean, you'd have to go on eBay all the time. So I understand what you're saying, but that is a part of the industry with where, in 2026 RF is at. But, I guess I'm really confused about this, or I push back, I guess, more on this concept that these towers are somehow a sine qua non for the EAS system. Like with our stations in Casper, I mean, K2 radio is the parent for the EAS signals. It's not public radio. And so at least that's my recollection. And so I'm just not understanding what's your argument for how this is somehow integral to EAS on the entire system. I mean, because I don't recall public radio being the parent signal provider in Casper, at least. It was definitely K2 radio. So, I mean, I don't understand the argument, I guess. Is it just that you won't be able to do EAS updates because the parent is the one that sends the original signal?
Mr. Chair, this is why exactly I brought our Chief Technology Officer. So I'd like Josh Williams to address Secretary Gray's questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I also actually am the chairman for the Wyoming State Emergency Communications Committee. So what we do, we work with the FCC to put together a plan for how those state emergencies, those state alerts are issued across the state. And so public radio acts as the local primary for the state. And the biggest reason is they have to be able to monitor a primary entry point that comes directly from FEMA. NPR Squawk acts as that. And so public radio, so then like K2 radio and KTWO, they are a primary entry point out of Casper as well, but not every radio station or television station across the state can receive them. So that is why public radio then is dispersed across the state as a local primary. And then we view those assignments out as local primary 2. And then they have to also monitor the National Weather Service. And then, so So with that, those alerts, they are relayed across our infrastructure across the state. They utilize our microwave system to relay those alerts across the state.
Mr. Chair, I might actually add, we are also the backup for cellular as well, Josh.
Yeah, so also not only do we issue alerts for the EAS system, we monitor the warning alert and response network that comes from FEMA, and we are the backup to the wireless emergency alert system. So those Amber alerts you get on your cell phone or Ashanti alerts, those are being embedded into our signal and also broadcast across the state. So if a cellular system tower has lost connection, they monitor our over-the-air signal, and then those alerts aren't missed. They still get out to the end user.
Thank you. Further question?
Yeah. Just to understand the argument, I mean, this is a duty of every single private radio station in the nation. So I guess your argument is that somehow, you know, the federal government has decided that this is really going to be not funded at the federal level anymore. It's going to be funded at the private level. But now you're asking the state to come in and fill in all of that funding when this is a duty on everybody. It's a duty on everybody. And I just don't understand why somehow this is supposed to be picked out as a separate deal. Every single radio station operator, every single TV operator with an FCC license is mandated to carry out these alerts.
Mr. Chair, I can address that. Yes, that is absolutely true. We have the largest broadcast area across the state of Wyoming. Both Wyoming Public Television and Wyoming Public Radio have the largest broadcast throw across the state of Wyoming. We reach about 90% of the state of Wyoming through broadcast, or maybe I have that percentage incorrect.
97%.
97% of the state of Wyoming is reached by Wyoming Public Television, Wyoming Public Radio. I don't believe there is a private television network or radio network that covers 97% of the state like we do.
I was curious. I thought part of the argument was that you assist with local broadcasters as well. Is that correct?
Yes. So like K2, they use our tower system as well to relay their signal across the state. From Casper, they go to the Shirley Basin on our tower, to Rollins, to Pilot Hill above Laramie, all the way to Bondurant on our tower system. So we work, and then we have K-Love, other radio stations as well that are on our Pilgrim Radio that are on our tower sites. We value those partnerships. And because the place we have in the state, we're able to offer those sites at a better cost than like American Tower, or, I mean, those stations couldn't afford the commercialized tower systems that are in Wyoming. Even like, you know, Union Tower and things. I mean, those rents and lease agreements, they're quite high. So yeah, we valid our commercial partners, and we take every chance and opportunity we can to help them out.
Thank you. Further questions? Any further discussion? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, for that many towers, and of course not being an expert in this, for that many towers, what sort of meaningful upgrades does $4 million provide? Does that really get you past some of the antiquity of it? Because it seems like it wouldn't be very much spreading that out among that many towers.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. So yeah, so what this ask does, it allows us to update emergency power systems, HVAC, generator, batteries. So because of that critical infrastructure, if it's down, it's not doing its duty. So, and then also included in that, with the upgrade of these transmitters that are outdated, we still maintain transmitters that were back in the analog days that got converted to digital. So 2002. So with that, with these upgrades to the emergency alert encoders and the transmitters, we'll also be able to datacast alerts. So IPAWS compatible equipment out in the field with public safety or so this would include IPAWS compatible sirens, signs. They could also be then set off with our broadcast. We monitor the IPAWS system. And so as soon as we would get that alert, it goes across the state. Well, also this does, right now, we simulcast alerts across the state. And a big worry, like with the Office of Homeland Security, is alert fatigue. So people getting alerts constantly. And so right now, if we send an alert, it's going over a system for Cheyenne. People are getting it in Sundance. And with this ask, it'll also allow us to geo-target alerts at a county level. So we will be, so somebody issuing, emergency manager issuing an alert in Cheyenne will not be on our system. They won't be going over in Sundance. So yeah, with this ask, I mean, we're confident with this money that we can update our infrastructure and also upgrade our infrastructure to bring us into what FEMA, they laid out a blueprint called the Next Generation Warning System. And so this will allow us to bring that and put Wyoming into that stage.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to add to that. There is still effort on our part to see if we can get any kind of federal funding to supplement this as well. This is a federal mandate that, as Secretary Gray mentioned, is on all broadcast stations across the country. We are mandated to carry emergency alerts on our towers. So we are actively pursuing federal funds from DC right now. If for some reason we were to receive any of those federal funds, we would of course not request those same funds with this request. I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you, Ms. Gale. Mr. Treasurer.
So I just want to make this sure that because you guys are kind of embedded with all the other broadcasters in the backbone. And so I won't be getting, I guess, weather alerts from Salt Lake City or weather alerts from down in Colorado and Pueblo, just different things that show in here. So you can actually regionalize it. So it's more when you hear that, you know what's going on, that it's affects you. You don't have to stop everything you're doing to look at these, I guess they're just really kind of bothersome. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Yes, so a big part of this is to cut out the noise. So we can better geo-target those alerts, relay them across the state to their necessary communities that need to get them. So yeah, and that's a big part of what my work does at the State Emergency Communications Committee is we create that blueprint for the state and what that looks like and how we can relay those emergency alerts the most effective. And the biggest thing we look at too is redundancy. You know, when you're alerting when you're wanting emergency alerts, you want them to get there. When an emergency manager sends out that alert, that's where it stops for them. They don't maintain any of the systems after that and how it gets to the public. They just hope that it gets to the public. And so that's our, our goal and what we're trying to achieve here is just to make sure those alerts get to the public without the noise.
Very good. Thanks. Any more questions? Any questions? Very good. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Ms. Gale. Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, we now have Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy for 2 projects that you all should be familiar with. I invite Representatives, Director Bain and any of his staff to come forward for both projects. The first one is the Emergency Vehicle Operations.
Yeah, I have 2 requests for a break. So if we want a break, if you're okay with that? Okay, thank you. We're at 9:25, so let's try to resume in about 15, 20 minutes. Thank you.
They had everything, hardware, nails.
Yeah.
Cans of soup.
Yeah. All right, Madam Secretary, we're back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I welcome Director Bain of the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy to the testimony table. The first request, it has been a long time in the making. The 6-acre driving pad is undersized, deteriorating, and affected by unsuitable soils and groundwater. The proposed complex would provide the larger and more varied training environment needed to support Wyoming statewide peace officer training requirements. In the presentation that was distributed early this morning, we're going to have Mr. Hoff share that. And Director Bain will mention to Travis, thank you for tech assistance, if he wants advancing to a certain page. If there's anything else I can do, let me know.
Director Bain, thank you for your patience, and you're up.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thank you very much for allowing me to be here this morning. These two requests for the emergency vehicle operation driving area, as well as our firearms ranges and a new complex, is nothing new to you. We've been before the commission twice now with these two projects. I think the only thing that really has changed has been some of the cost. They seem to each year increase on us. And so I think those are reflected in the ask. What I thought that I would do this morning, take advantage of some of our technology and just show you some comparisons of what Wyoming is doing and what our driving area is compared to some of the other driving complexes that are out there in the country, so you can see some comparisons. So Travis, if you would go to slide 45 for me. What you're seeing there is an aerial. The right side is the existing academy. You see the North Platte River right there in the upper right. That black blob just below that is the driving area. That's about 6 acres worth of space. Then to the bottom of the slide, you see is the actual campus of the Law Enforcement Academy. So you just kind of get an aerial picture of that. You will notice, I'm sorry, Travis, go back just, that's okay. Yeah, thank you. Kind of in the center of that picture, you notice the white stripes. Those are visible from Google Earth, and those are the weeping areas where the water is coming up through the asphalt of the training area. Most states, if they're going to have a skid pad, they actually put water on there artificially to decrease the coefficient of friction. Wyoming's lucky, and ours is all natural because it comes from the spring and comes up through. While that might be a benefit and save us a little bit of water, what it's doing is deteriorating the subsurface and it's deteriorating the asphalt that we have. A number of years ago in 2020, we did have the needs assessment that was completed, and the engineers told us that this is going to be a continual problem. We are going to continue to spend good money after bad. The next project, if that has to be resurfaced and rebuilt, is between $5 and $7 million. And they said that will be an ongoing cost. So knowing that it doesn't fit our needs for training, we're not meeting some of the mandates that we should be at the Law Enforcement Academy, as well as this continued expense to try to maintain this area. We talked with you a number of years ago to look at getting some additional property where we could expand and put a bona fide emergency vehicle operation course on that property, so that we would be expanding and then good for another 40 years to match the time that we've been at this location. Travis, if you could go to slide 51, please. I just wanted to show you some comparison. What you see in the yellow is the black blob that represents the size of what the academy is using. To the left is a training course that Northern Larimer County has built. You'll see in some of the information that we provided a number of years ago, the proposed driving course that Wyoming would look similar to that one, because it's the same engineer company, an architectural firm that we had been using. Off to the right, then you see, I'm sorry. Yes, is San Bernardino.
for what that shows you. But you'll notice through most of these comparisons that I'm going to show you this morning, you see a lot of looping, you see a lot of long straightaways that we're just not able to utilize and do high-speed training to the officers and the recruits that come through the academy. And next slide is 52. Off to the left, you see that's the Colorado State Patrol in Golden. Down at the bottom of that corner is our representation. So you can see how much larger their driving course is, provided what we have here in Wyoming. Off to the right is Nebraska's. You see that same design of loops and turns and long straightaways that help keep the momentum of the vehicles moving rather than short bursts, or many times you'll see airports or abandoned runways used, which is all great if you're chasing somebody for a quarter of a mile, but that usually doesn't happen. Last pursuit I was involved in went 67 miles and into another state. So it's hard to replicate those conditions in a training track. Next slide, please, Travis. This is Idaho. You see again the comparison. Off to the right is the large looping and straightaway. Then they have a driving area or a pad in the terminology of the business that you'll see that where our overlay is compared to what size that they are using. Next slide, Travis, please. Off to the left, you see this, the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Academy. They have the advantage that they took over an old naval air station, so they had a large runway that was already available, but they went ahead and created the traffic grids and the loops and the high-speed area. This one is rather impressive in that they have multiple surfaces from black asphalt to concrete to gravel to grass to dirt, all of those things that they can incorporate the training and give better surfaces and experiences to their drivers. Next one, Travis. Up to the bottom right is South Dakota's. That's out by their regional airport in Pierre. Once again, you see a size comparison. They just spent about $2.5 million resurfacing their driving area as well and getting that back into operation for them. It had been a number of years since they were able to use that. The one off to the left is just another example of how crazy you can get with the construction and creating these. But off to the, you see the yellow shape off to the left. And again, that represents what Wyoming is compared to the size of what they are doing. And the next one, Travis, please. Off to the left. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is LASO. That, and then off to the right is the Fox Valley Technical College in Appleton, Wisconsin. That's probably one of the premier training facilities in the country. It was also built or designed by the same firm that we were looking at. And you see where our comparison is. One of the things, it's hard to see right now with the overhead, but if you kind of drill down, you're actually going to see an airplane. I think that's actually a 727 that FedEx donated to them, and they actually have a 777 that's on site that they utilize for fire training and can light it on fire, and I've got all kinds of things. So a pretty big footprint in their training complex. Next one, please. And yeah, we were over there, Wisconsin. And the last one that I just wanted to show you is here are some of the challenges that we experienced. Last summer, we were doing an instructor course teaching officers how to be instructors to train emergency vehicle operations. And we had a student in a course going through, came off of the pad, not doing very fast, about 30 miles per hour, but came across and hit in that drainage ditch, totaled the car, set off the airbags, and we had to take 3 people to the hospital to get checked out. Things. So it not only does your driving surface have to meet certain standards, but so does the area around it. So if these things happen and you go off the training area, that you're not running into drainage systems and ditches and things that are problematic for the vehicle. So I just wanted to share those comparisons with you, a little bit of what other people are doing. You see the trends and how it compares to our training facility at the Law Enforcement Academy. So before I would move on to any the firearms ranges and that kind of stuff, I'll pause for questions.
Are there questions? I have one, Director Bain. Some of those show a straightaway, and I'm just trying to get a sense of how long that straightaway would need to be. Is it a mile, 3/4 of a mile?
Typically what you see get anywhere between 1,800 and 2,500 feet.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? All right.
Okay, with that, let me move on to the firearms. Again, you are familiar with this request and what we're trying to do. One of the issues that we have is we have 3 firearms ranges at the academy. We have an outdoor range that's 20 lanes, goes to 50 yards. We have an ad hoc rifle range that's on that EVO pad that we can do 15 students at a time, up to 100 yards. And then we have an indoor range with 12 stations at 25. What we're just running into issues is, as you've heard in the community colleges and the military, that things wear out. The target systems, the bullet backings, all of those things are deteriorated. We can't find parts anymore, even on eBay. So we have to have those replaced. That's going to be a several $million ask. And we know that the ranges need to be expanded to handle more shooters at the same time. The indoor range is one of our large choke points that only 12 students at a time. Just last week, we had an instructor course for firearms as well, and we had 25 students. When it reaches 104 degrees on the outdoor range, it's very difficult for us to encourage students to lie on black asphalt to do a prone shooting position. Things. So we had to relocate people into the indoor range where it was safer and we didn't have heat stroke problems. But at 12 students at a time, that slowed down the process. And so they shot much fewer rounds than what they would have been outside. And there, you know, I kind of always use the analogy of shooting free throws. And the more you can practice and the more you yourself can shoot the ball, the better training that you have for that. So this request is just for a design only. For a firearms training complex on the new property that was purchased. It will include a long gun range. It will include an outdoor range of 30 stations by 100 yards. So we're going to double the distance, and an indoor range of 30 shooting positions at 50 yards. So we could use those simultaneously, do a lot more, be a lot more efficient, and eliminate our choke points, that we can have more students training at the same time. The hours that we train students, especially in basic training, never seem to decrease. We're always adding hours, which then puts more impact and pressure on the facility. So with that, I would stand for any questions.
Mr. Treasurer.
So I know your long gun range is going to just be in the design stage or even before that, but it seems like in ballistics and firearms, what's available out there, you know, people can reach out and touch you from 1,000+ yards. And I'm just wondering about the ability to actually train at least some of our law enforcement officers in that special skill. So when it comes down to that long range encounter, that we can actually be at least competitive.
Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Chairman, you're absolutely right. One of the things that I'm excited about in the utilization of the new property is we're going from 55 acres to 260. And it gives us an ability to think beyond the shorter 300-yard range, which was the original proposal, if you remember, to do something much farther than that. And we were only looking at 6 lanes wide because of the space requirements, and this will have a more open opportunity to do that. And we talk about this almost each time that we bring up the ranges, but one of the things I just wanted to share with you is thinking outside the box. We are actually Demertru's ranch up on the mountain, a pretty fabulous facility or whatever. And we're in partnership with him that we have a scoped carbine course with, I believe about 15 students already registered that are going to be using that facility for us to do that. So we try to think outside the box when we can, but it'd be nice if we had that capacity and that facility at the academy.
Thanks. Other questions? Well, thank you,
Thank you,
Director
Commission.
Bain.
Appreciate it.
Very. Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Now we introduce the Department of Administration and Information and General Services representatives, along with stakeholders from the Combined Labs facility here in Cheyenne. Construction Department recommends up to 1.8 million in rounding here in general fund to continue architectural and engineering services following completion of the Combined Labs Level 1 and 2 study.
Good morning, Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm joined here with Jake Schrickling, our construction project manager, who's handing out a handout for you related to the Combined Labs project. As you're likely aware, we're currently undergoing a level 1, level 2 study for this project. We're anticipating that will be done by the spring to come back to the commission and present on where we're at with the level 1, level 2, completed documents for that. The request here is to provide some initial level 3 design so that we can continue the progress that we're making with the level 1, level 2. The handout that we provided you is a summary put together along with our architect consultants of what that money would be spent towards. All of it would be contingent. So if the money goes through the budget and is approved here and continues all the way through the budget process, which use of that would still be contingent upon the commission's approval after our presentation of level 1, level 2. The reason we're here for this one in particular is for this approach is a request from our stakeholder agencies, and particularly the Department of Health. We are, as we're kind of validating through our level 1, level 2, and doing the extensive amount of consultation with the agencies in the building, establishing lots of different issues that we're trying to address through the level 1, level 2. And those are rather urgent issues in several cases, and maintaining the progress on the project and not having a year difference between when we would have level 3 construction or more level 3 design for more thorough design. The goal with this funding is to basically fund a year until till sort of the budget bill would then maybe provide additional funding to continue to move forward with the full project, which will have a better scope identified by the end of the level 1, level 2 that will be presented. Can have Jake over some of the main findings we have. I guess I did want to recognize we have several representatives from the Department of Health and DCI and Department of Environmental Quality here, including Director Johansson, Director Jones, and Water Quality Administrator Jennifer Zigman here as well. And they're happy, we appreciate them coming and taking their time to be available for questions if you have any with them.
Go ahead, Mr. Director.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I've got a request that as you do this schematic thing and you're sharing this with law enforcement and other agencies, that you keep in mind the possible contamination of chain of custody, because you want to make sure that to a certain degree that you actually make sure that the cross-contamination by any means just is impossible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that is one of the things that we are looking at. A lot of the issues related, particularly for DCI, we're looking at making sure proper layout and organization of the space to account for things like that. And investigation questioning and things like that to make sure that those are all properly laid out to best help the agency function and keep things where they need to be for protection of the investigations.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I suggest that you actually have badge entry doors in those different areas so people can't get in that area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Coleman, any response to that, or it looked like you were about to speak, so that's no problem. Any other questions? I do have maybe a couple related. Is part of this effort going to be to look at the BSL-3 lab? And if it's so, it was commissioned by the same folks that commissioned the BSL-3 lab at the university. And I'm not relating, I mean, it's all history. It worked and it's a great lab. The question I have is when they kind of came back into, I guess, retrofit the one at the university, the cost went, and there were some specific reasons why the costs were amplified, but I'm just curious how we do this and if there's still some synergy between this and the university, that sort of thing. So.
Mr. Chairman, Jake Strickling, Wyoming Department of A&I Construction Manager. We are looking, we're studying all parts of this building from the top to bottom. We do have issues with the BSL-3 lab now, as well as BSL-2 labs that we're addressing with this study. It's not the same design team, and it won't be the same constructor or contractor that worked on the BSL-3 at UW. I don't know what the relationship between the combined labs and UW is right now. That's not part of this study, but we do have Director Johansson and Dr. Harris if there's any questions on that matter. But yes, we will be looking at all aspects of the building, including improving the BSL-3 and the BSL-2s.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Strickling. I think, my question goes to it seemed we learned that when it gets certified, whoever's doing the certification has particular, I guess, opportunities to, do things. It's not it doesn't appear to be a standardized, it should be, but it doesn't appear to be a standardized methodology. My concern there is just making sure that the thing actually works.
Mr. Chairman, yes. And I'd like to refer to Director Johansson and Dr. Harris a little bit more for information about that. But I agree, in my experience, when you have a lab being commissioned or anything else being commissioned, it should be very standardized. I don't know what the behind it is. I know they have procedures where they have to be, anytime we do anything, a third party has to be brought in, and they have somebody they work with. I don't know if it's the same, so.
Welcome. Good to see you, Doctor.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and the commission. Yes, we obviously would need to commission the BSL-3, and the question about the UW laboratory is a good one. Obviously, most of our functions in our BSL-3 is a human diagnostic testing process, which of course has different regulations than an animal diagnostic testing process, as well as we'd be the responsible laboratory for any potential environmental white powders or potential anthrax. So that's really the purpose of our BSL-3. We are having some concerns with it right now, and we do want to make sure, obviously, that it's fully operational and fully safe as part of this study.
Okay, that's what I want to hear, because what was such a shock about the one in Laramie, and I know there are some peculiarities to it, so I'm not saying this is just the standard, but But when they came back in, ostensibly, you would say, well, we just need to replace the pieces that weren't working and we can have it certified. But then when they looked at it more carefully, you know, and tried to commission it, it was substantially more work. And that just was a surprise. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you all very, very much.
There are no other questions on the, I guess there was no additional questions or requests for info on the combined labs. We can move to our next project request on the list, which is for renovation of the third floor to the basement of the Hathaway building. And this is a project we brought last year, as you probably remember. We're providing you a handout now that is a document we put together to help answer a lot of the questions that the commission had last year related to the history of the building, what the, towards the end, towards the back, you'll notice some information that we have put together about what investments have been made in major maintenance and capital construction to the building over the past, I think 15 years, 10 years. And also some pictures there at the bottom of the new spaces that were done as part of the renovations for the health, Department of Health on the 4th floor, which I think has been a really good improvement for them and really helped them be able to use the facility well. And we were also able to make some efficiencies and additional space in their area, things that we're hoping to replicate on the other floors. The recommendation of $250,000 would go towards continuing into kind of a level 3 after level 1, level 2 documents. We are working on level 1, level 2 documents similar to the combined labs and anticipate having those ready for review by the commission in the spring. And then the funding here, I believe, is also conditioned on approval by the SBC before we'd be able to move into the $250,000. The $250,000 would not necessarily be the only funding that would be put towards that next phase. The money that we are using for level 1, level 2, as well as for part of that level 3 would be major maintenance as well, that we would contribute out of the A&I major maintenance sort of allotment that will address, since a lot of the issues we deal with in that building are related to the mechanical systems, the envelope issues, electrical, fire panel, all major maintenance aspects, that, you know, those pieces would be eligible for major maintenance. Some other aspects, kind of along the lines of programming, working with all the agencies, like much like we have with the combined labs of going and much like we did with the 4th floor, talking with agencies, finding out who is there, what do they need from their space, how do they use it, what are things that are good, what are things that are bad, what do they need for future growth or changes in their program. As you'll notice in the packet, there's a information about kind of diagrams of what is currently, you know, the floor plans. Much of the floor plan on these remaining floors has not been altered significantly since the building was built. So those are areas where I think we're going to be able to find some opportunities to build in some flexibility with the space, such as adopting kind of the 4 suite model that we were able to do on the 5th and 4th floors, which will, particularly with the 4th floor, allows us to either have a single agency use it or be able to compartmentalize agencies if we need additional space or future efficiencies happen. We also have information in the packet related to the facility condition assessment that was completed there in the past year, finding significant issues and including, you know, quite a bit of money that is recommended on the facility condition assessment to be spent sort of right away on some major issues. I'll let Jake discuss some of the main findings and some of the information that's in this document for you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you again. What like Andrew said, we've had this in our facility plan. We've known this building's had some issues. Our trades have been working on it from an HVAC point, from an electrical standpoint, from a plumbing standpoint. everything was kind of magnified when we did the fourth floor renovation. Once you start opening up those walls and you start seeing some of the condition of the existing, the pipe and, the sewer lines and that sort of thing, that you really start getting a grasp of the overall building. The mechanical system, and this was kind of just justified recently as we got our facility condition assessments from State Construction in the last 2 weeks. Everything that we thought was what they were seeing also. We have mechanical systems that are 30 years past their end of life that were installed in 1973. They're still currently running because, the preventative and routine maintenance program that our trades guys do is keeping these things going. But when you're 20 some years past your end of life for a piece of equipment, and you have legacy systems like the fire safety panel that cannot be replaced without replacing everything. We have cabinet heaters that if one goes down, it floods the floor because it's running on a hot water system. There's just a lot of things like that we've noticed that we've put a significant amount of major maintenance money towards already to keep everything running. But it just gets to a point where I think it's best just to do a full replacement. And a lot of with these units, a full replacement requires more than just replacing the component or the part. If we pull the cabinet heaters out, we're going to have to do drywall. If we replace the life safety system, we're pulling new wires and cables through old ceilings. There's just finishes that we can't match. So if you have that ceiling completely open, you're better off just replacing it and being done with it at this point. So that's really what our end goal is going to be, is just to check this building off the list. Like Mr. Coleman said, the second, third, and first floors haven't been touched since 1973. They're in the original design documents, and they've been utilizing it. There's agencies in there that there were nice oversized offices at the time, and they have three desks in there that are housing multiple people. With the efficiencies that we'll gain on the floor plan from right sizing these offices to the standardized size, we should be able to pick up more space, just like we did on the fourth floor, where we were able to get 9 or 10 additional offices plus shared conference space. Currently, we have 210 employees, state employees working in that building right now. So I would say it's probably probably the third largest by population in the Capitol Complex area behind the Hirschler building. So there is definitely a need to go ahead and address this, so we're not continually putting major maintenance money to fix old parts that are past their end of life where we could be using it somewhere else. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions? Mr. Treasurer?
So you got those floors. Is this going to be phased in over a few years, 1, 2, or 3 years, or are you going to try to tackle it all at once and relocate all of the employees someplace?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we would love to tackle it on a phased approach, so you're not displacing it. But our engineers are recommending us to do it all at once. So we have that built into our cost estimates. But our cost estimates at this point are worst case scenario, that everything just gets completely torn out and completely redone. And so this portion of the funding would help us do a little bit more programming and design to where we would be able to have our architects and engineers sit down with each individual agency, program exactly what they need, and then look for the efficiencies. So hopefully that number will get a little bit tighter. So we have worst case scenario right now planned, but yeah, we'd like to see it a little bit tighter.
Ms. Treasurer.
But would I be correct in assuming that the $20,092,000 does not include relocation cost?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, on the final page of the document, we have kind of an updated estimate, which is what Mr. Strickland is referring to. But that does include money for a full potential lease space for relocation of the agencies on those floors. Our hope is that through the process of the documents we're working on with level 1, level 2 would be to further refine that. If we're able to do things that are phased and to reduce the need for temporary space, both quantity and timing, we'll look for that because we want to disturb the agencies as little as possible, as to the extent we can, and that the space. I believe the space estimate there is based upon all of the space for a number of months or I think even a year for the entire, all of those floors occupants. We're hoping we don't have to do anything nearly as severe as that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, in the
Mr.
future, if you could column that out, basically the cost of the floor renovations and then go to the next one, cost of relocation. So I know we did that when we had to get out of the Capitol and go over to the Jonah building. So, that made it a little bit easier for the Appropriations Committee to actually follow it. I think it'd make it easier for this committee to follow it too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, that we do have that as a separate line item on that list. But yes, that'll be something also as the level 1, level 2.
Yeah, line items are that, but if you can take it across the column, then you can actually see that, do a lower right-hand total cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Coleman. The question I have goes to the 2 floors, 4th and 5th, that I think we've remodeled relatively recently. Are there, were those done with some anticipation that there might be renovations? I mean, the mechanical structures were pretty antiquated, and I'm just hoping we don't have much sunk cost in those renovations.
Mr. Chairman, yes, when it was taken when we did the 5th and 4th floor, they're on a completely separate system. Okay. They're running off the mechanical penthouse that was built. That's only running at about 30 to 40% capacity right now. And then the 3rd, 2nd, 1st, and basement are currently running off the old system in the basement. So we're trying to get them off the old system in the basement and get them onto the new mechanical system, which we've already invested $2 million into.
Right. Okay. I remember now. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Further questions? Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so going right to the level 3 here, you wouldn't per se say that this is something we should move forward to, generally speaking. This is just a bit of an exception because of the work that's been done previously on other floors of the building. Is that fair?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, absolutely. I mean, if you see on the next to last page, the page right before the overall cost estimate, you can see what the state's already invested into this building. I mean, we're close to $9 million through major maintenance projects and capital construction projects. We have a replacement value figured of this building of close to $95 million. So we've already invested $9 million. We're talking about finishing this. We're talking about an investment, of 3 times that total. And then you basically have a brand new building that we don't have to worry about anymore. That's our goal for this. Here again, I think with this process, this continuation, we'll be able to refine what the overall number is going to end up being. I think that's where we're at right now. We could say, yes, we could get everything done for the 26 million, but we think that can be better, more efficient.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, I appreciate that, and it makes sense. I don't want us to ever be going down the slippery slope of when we pick level 1 and 2, where they're just jumping to 3, and so that I think is the consideration here.
Mr. Chairman, we have talked with the State Construction Department and we're moving forward with the major maintenance funding to complete kind of level 1, level 2 documents that will do a lot of that refinement before we would get to, and that would still then come back to the commission before approval to move into the any level 3 appropriation. This would, by timing it with this request recommendation, this will allow us to continue to kind of keep momentum with it. We worry that, additional breaks may occur. For instance, the cabinet heaters, when they break, they tend to flood a floor and that sort of thing. So also helping maintain costs by moving forward helps us. Keeping momentum will help us hopefully fight inflation a little bit on some of the costs, but also get us closer to a solution where we're not having to throw money to fix things just to keep the old systems running longer than we might need to. So that's the purpose of the money and the recommendation.
Very good. Thanks. Further questions? If there are none, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, next we have Department of Agriculture, Wyoming State Fair, dormitory design continuation. That project is on page 25, and it will be followed by the State Fair Dairy Barn on page 26 and the Silver Arena on page 33.
Welcome. And before we begin, Courtney, I want to say how excellent your representation of Wyoming was on the mall. Thank you. Having visited there, it was just fun to see people coming in and walking away talking about Wyoming. You did a wonderful job of representing this state.
Mr. Chairman, Commission members, thank you so much, and thank you for your time today. It was truly an honor to get to represent Wyoming in DC, and I will tell you all, I've never been more homesick than after talking to tens of thousands of people about how great our state is. As soon as I passed back over the state line, I drive a Jeep Wrangler, and when that first gust of wind hit me, I was like, oh, we're home. We're so glad to be here. Oh. Mr. Chairman, Commission members, I'm Courtney Hines. I'm the General Manager of the State Fair, and we have 3 projects to talk with you about today. The first one is design work for the dormitories. We have 3 dorms. We are currently underway with a level 1, level 2 feasibility study, but we really want to keep momentum on this project. It's an important project in our opinion. We have currently, there's 821 beds in the 3 dorms combined. We do not see as much use as I think we would anticipate to see after we go through this L1, L2, but these dorms are in pretty rough shape, honestly. And so I think that if we look at doing this as L3 for construction, but looking at the design as a standout, which is why you see that $850,000 amount, that it would keep the momentum without fully committing to L3 construction funding while we're still in the midst of a level 1, level 2. Mr. Chairman, the only thing I might add, if you're not as familiar with our dormitories, there is one dorm that is used year round for different events that take place there. All 3 are used for the state fair.
Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The order in which I know you'll get to the other projects as well, is this the priority order for you all as well?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, when we initially set this order, we were looking at the dairy barn as priority number 1 because we have the level 1, level 2 feasibility study fully completed. With that being said, the order we submitted was the dairy barn, Silver Arena, dormitories, but that's purely because we have those level 1, level 2s completed for the Silver Arena and for the dairy barn, whereas we're still in the midst of that level 1, level 2 for the dormitories. But we would be very comfortable if it was the priority order of State Construction Department, and that was in alignment with SBC for this to be priority number 1.
Well, any follow-up on? No. Okay.
Yeah,
Mr. Treasurer.
I know when we did the tour up there, there was some discussion as far as what size the track might be in the Silver Arena and whether or not you could get any outside funding to, enlarge the track and use it more on a continuing basis in different months besides just the fair.
And Mr. Treasurer, can we get to that when we get to talking about that?
Oh, yeah,
Silver
sure.
Arena?
You bet, Mr. Chairman, yeah.
I just wanted to try to keep with the dorms at this point, if there's any questions. Courtney, when I was last of it, that dorm has been decommissioned that I walked through. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Fort Washakie has since been demoed. The other 3 dormitories that are on site, which are Fort Laramie, Fort Bridger, and Fort Bonneville, are all in working order, but working order is, they're critically impaired, 2 of them.
Okay.
We've worked with the State Construction Department and the State Fair Board for several years, and we've been able to make them much more usable. They have working plumbing, but we do have a significant issue in the shower pan of Fort Laramie, and those are community showers. And so we do, for State Fair time, we do rent a shower house, so that way there's some privacy and that nobody goes from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor unplanned.
Thank you, Director. All right. Anything? Okay. You can proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the second project before you today is the Dairy Barn renovation. This building is about 35,000 square feet, and it is also pretty critically impaired. We've done some work over the years to be able to make sure that it is usable, but usable might be a little bit of an overstatement as well. This is used year-round for youth events, and then it is also used for state fair. It is not currently up to code, and then we are not able to winterize the building, and so there's not climate control, which means that when we've got youth groups using it throughout the off-season, that they're having to rent things like porta potties to be able to use it primarily for 4-H, but we do another series of events in there as well. And so this project looks at doing a pretty significant renovation that would make it a true multi-purpose building, be able to use it year-round, and also generate new revenues.
And I think we've discussed some of those potentials before. So are there any questions on the dairy barn? All right, thanks. And now we're at the Silver Arena, and Treasurer had his question. So
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commission members, Treasurer, I'll actually start with your question. When we bring this back before you for level 3 consideration, part of that level 3 design would be looking at what is the proper arena size. When we did go through the level 1, level 2 study, we did look at initial schematics, total building footprint, things of that nature. But as we go through full design, that's what we would be looking at is, does it make the most sense to make sure that this could accommodate alternative activities as well? And another element, since we were last before you in July last year, is we would also want to make sure that it's something that we could bid high school finals for nationals on as well.
very good. That and Ms. Hahn, tell me, it seems like high school finals have decided they want everything indoors. And unfortunately, rodeo, that great outdoor sport, is almost now required to be indoors. Is that because if we're going to do circuit finals on anything or any of that stuff, it's all going to have to be indoors too. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, for the most part, that's correct. And that this, if we were to enclose the Silver Arena, we would be able to put in pretty competitive bids for both the high school finals as well as our regional circuit finals too.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, that completes the presentation of each project. I'd like to note that in the budget narratives, the State Construction Department makes our recommendation generally to recommend the requests. And then after the recommendation, there's a prioritization criteria statement that references the prioritization criteria that are required by statute and rule. Generally, we are recommending acceptance of all. I would like to highlight that the commission has the leeway to recommend on the last two projects, the Silver Arena on the list, the last two projects on the list, and the Hathaway building, the full amount that the requests state, or the recommended amount by the State Construction Department. And I would refer you to the revised summary sheet regarding the enclosing the Silver Arena. We've heard this project 3 times, I believe, and each time there was either a governor's recommendation, a JAC recommendation to encourage Converse County to go forward with a 6-penny tax, what we do here in Laramie County. And that is why that recommendation from the State Construction Department is 21 million in lieu of the 42 million. We did discuss that with the director, and she thinks that would be encouraging for the community. And then regarding the Hathaway building, you have the consideration of going all in for the full request, or the smaller recommendation with check-ins over time with the commission.
Very good. Thank you. Madam Superintendent, did you have an approach you wanted to pursue?
Mr. Chairman, not necessarily. We could see if anyone from the floor wants to make changes, to the SCD recommended amount. We can also move a consent of sorts, depending on which ones, fall under there, or move through them.
Okay.
Just clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
The previously approved ones, are the only ones that are changed? Is that the 19 and 20, or it was the lower amount previously approved? I just want to see whether or not these even need any action by the committee today.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, the amounts are now a little bit higher generally. So we would look for a recommendation of the current amount.
You're saying that inflation is now incorporated in these new numbers?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, correct.
Okay, so they're previously approved at a lower amount. Inflation is in it, so we need another vote. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clarification for staff on the Casper College requests. So do we want to just keep in the recommended or the requested amount and then see if there are updates in October, or just have no dollar amount in it until October?
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, I would recommend holding off till October for a recommendation.
As far as funding is concerned,
Oh, Mr.
is that you're saying as far as funding is concerned?
Mr. Chairman, I think our consensus might be leave the private funds authorization there and come back for a revised state contribution recommendation.
All right, so let me just sort of get this. We're talking about the ones that have other funds. Those can be approved with the amounts associated. Question would go then to the federal fund amount pieces. They would seem to be in the same kind of category. And the remainder is whether we want them to proceed or not without a recommendation of funding. Is that the approach that we're looking at here?
I believe so, Mr. Chairman, and particularly with the health science building and the industrial tech building, if those dollar amounts should stay in our recommendation, or if those dollar amounts should be removed until October.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, on those two, the two Casper College ones, from my perspective, it would we could add to them if inflation or something went up at that time, but this would give some flexibility, I think, for fundraising and other things. Until then, these are only recommendations. They're not, locked in stone, even on the final date in October. The legislature gets to, has to approve all of these. So from my perspective, I guess I would move that all of the federal and other fund amounts as in our sheet be approved or recommended.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I think we should do probably a consent list and then do the motion, so we can do that in a second. But I think to the question that the superintendent had, I sort of look at those amounts as just sort of place markers. And I think we're not approving them per se. So that's why I would think it'd be two separate motions or more, but at least two.
So,
Does that make
Mr.
sense?
Chairman, are you looking at two consent lists then? One for federal, one for the others, or?
My sense is, whatever the board wants to do. And federal funding is a little bit different from the private funds. Those are already committed. Federal funds maybe less certain. Whatever you want to do.
Okay, let's just get the ball rolling, Mr. Chairman. I would move for a consent list on the federal fund amounts as a recommendation.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been second. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just for clarification, so that's number 2, 3, and 4.
That's correct. That's military, housing, and infrastructure. Any further discussion?
Question.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for adoption of the consent list. I think that's the right motion. or is it-
Yep, that's correct. Is there a second? It's been seconded. All in favor, or any discussion? So we did a consent list. Now we're moving the recommendation. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for a consent list on item number 5, Casper College Soccer Complex. Item number 6, Sheridan College outreach, with the caveat that before anything is built, that there be a engineering plan as far as for the suitability of the area contemplated to build. And then also, Mr. Chairman, with the one down to their Casper Health and the Casper Industrial, I move those to be placed on a consent list.
Okay, Mr. McComey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, item number 7, there's no dollars shown, but that should, I believe, be on that same consent list. That's Gillette Community or College property transfer. So I would,
With no objection, I'm fine with that.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Superintendent, and just to put it on the table, we need to have a second.
Second.
It's been seconded. Please go ahead with discussion.
Mr. Chairman, so my question is, we're tying in then 16 and 17, then where does that put them in order? I don't think we're voting on, we're incorporating those as part of general fund into these other items that are spending authority only.
Oh.
Is that the intent?
Yeah, well, Mr. Chairman, that was the intent, but I'm fine with pulling the general funds off if you guys want to do it and keep it clean.
That'd be my preference.
Okay.
I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does everybody understand that? General funds are off on items 16 and 17.
Mr. Chairman, I would like reread the motion, what we're approving.
Okay, I think what we're approving for the consent list
567
is the Casper College Soccer Complex for $4.6 million of other funds. Sheridan College Johnson County Outreach Center Buffalo for $7 million, with the caveat that an engineering study, which I would think would be routine, is that correct? But I think special notice about the challenges there. Item number 7, Gillette College, Campbell County property transfer. Then for item 16, Casper Health Science Building Level 3, only the $32,784.56 that is in the column other funds. And Casper Industrial Tech Building Level 3, item 17, for the $28,367,273, reflecting again only the other fund amount. Or did we take those off?
It's up to the superintendent.
Superintendent, you want?
Mr. Chairman, I think as was iterated by you, I think that's accurate.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So that's what we have.
And Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, I think it's just important to do this. These are other fund authorizations. So correct me if I'm wrong, but this is authorizing them to use donations for these expenditures in almost every single, if not every circumstance.
Mr. Secretary, I think probably the more correct approach would be to say that these are non-general fund recommendations. Would that be the correct way to look at it? Because I think there may be private dollars, there may be county dollars or others that are associated with that.
But Mr. Chairman, just to clarify that, I think it's just important for the record. These are not state funds. This is authorizing them as sort of pass-throughs to use funds that they've allocated on their own, whether it's county, whether it's donations. On the spreadsheet, it's not clear, but it's just authorizing that they've already set aside.
I think that's correct, Mr. Secretary. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, maybe to further clarify, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're not authorizing anyone to spend any funds of any flavor. We are only voting on a recommendation to the governor, who then has the choice to recommend that to the legislature or not. So we do not have the authority by statute to authorize them to spend any of these monies, state or otherwise.
Thank you, Madam Auditor and Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, the auditor, I think, is being even clearer, but that's for the whole function of this entire operation that we're doing for the first 3 hours of the meeting. What I'm saying is that for the recommendation to the governor, you're correct. It is a recommendation to the governor. It's not even a recommendation to the legislature. This is expenditure of other funds, which is not state funds, not federal funds. And it's just, if the legislature were to approve, if the governor were to recommend and then the legislature to approve, that is not involving state funds at all. It is just an authorization in theory for whatever they have set aside, whether it's donations, county funds, et cetera, et cetera. But the auditor is correct that for this, all of these votes, this is just a recommendation from the board to the governor. And the governor then can decide what to recommend to the legislature, and then the legislature actually carries out the operation.
So we have a consent list before us. Is there any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. I'd entertain a motion.
Move adoption for the consent list, Mr. Chairman, as enumerated.
Thank you. Is there support for that motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you, Madam Director.
Thank you very much.
Madam Secretary, sorry.
Thank you.
I'll give you all kinds of titles.
I tend to do the same sometimes, all willy-nilly with them. Next, we could consider the remaining projects that have general fund requests.
Very good. What is the pleasure of the board here? We have entertained in a couple of these instances some ideas of an October final, and we've talked in the past about placeholders. Madam Superintendent, I don't know if you have a particular approach here, but it might be something that we could go through individually or with a consent with people taking stuff off, or what, however you thought was.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to propose a consent of all the items, and then depending if there are items that folks want taken off, then we can discuss those individually. And then for me is the question of item 20 of the requested amount versus recommended amount, which is kind of that level 1 and 2 versus the 3 there. Sure. And so I can throw out a consent and we can go from there and see how we fare.
Yeah, that makes sense. And maybe item 20 we deal with separately anyway. Sure. Very good.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll propose a consent list of the other remaining items, and as they are all as requested, well, excuse me, except for item 19. So I suppose that would be item 1, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19.
All right. Thank you. Is there support for the consent list?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary?
You know, and it's a little unclear where we're getting these numbers, because on the 2 grids I have, it's just there's no numbers on the side, but I would like to remove the Wyoming Public TV and CWC Broadcast Tower Capital Renewal from the consent list.
Okay.
There's no second yet.
Yeah, I know. Were you about to second it?
Yes.
Okay. So we're seconded and you've pulled those two. Very good. So that would be item number 9. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary?
I guess I'll just put numbers next to these because,
Uh,
yeah, I think it is number 9.
Okay. That would be Wyoming Public TV, CWC Broadcast Tower Capital Renewal. Very good. Anything else to pull off?
Mr. Chairman, not to pull off, but just a clarifying question for the maker of the motion. On number 19, we're going with the SCD recommendation, correct?
Correct.
Gotcha.
All right. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I've got another question.
Okay, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I've got the sheet now with the numbers, so I get it now. On item 20, is that part of the motion?
It is not.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Further, anything else to take off? Right. Very good. All in favor of the consent list as described? And I can go through there. That's 1, 8.
10.
That's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. Is that correct? All right, very good. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries. I'd entertain a motion now to approve.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Been moved.
Second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries. We'll now move to item 9. Does anybody want to move it, to put it in front of? Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved. It's been seconded. Discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna be voting no on this. I mean, I just, for one, I mean, I think the federal government, the Trump administration has been clear on not funding these items. And I think the way that the state now is coming in is not consistent with fiscal rectitude. Every single broadcaster in this state has to have towers in order to operate, and it has to have towers in order to send these emergency response signals. And the idea that now the state is going to fund every single one of these for their normal operation just because of an EAS need when that ping happens, which occurs and is important, but is periodic, it's just totally treating them differently from every single broadcaster in the state. And I don't think it's right. So I just think it's not a good use of state expenditures, state funds. So I'm going to be voting no. And I also think it kind of flies in the face with the federal policy of trying to get this off public monies. And yes, I mean, this is state, not federal, but I just think it really flies in the face with that key priority that there's wide support for.
Very good. Thanks. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I believe that Wyoming is not in rural, it's also frontier designation. And there are a lot of folks that actually I think are not necessarily in range of K2 or anybody else unless they are on some of these other towers. So Mr. Chairman, I'll be voting yes on this because I think it's a one-time thing to update capital and services. It's not like it's an ongoing thing that you're going to see come back every year. But it's to get this particular broadcast system up and essentially functional for the next generation.
Thanks. Further discussion? Further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Nays?
No.
That motion carries. Now we're on to item 20. The Cheyenne Hathaway Building, third floor to basement renovation, level 3. And I would appreciate a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Can I ask one more question? I guess maybe just my understanding is the 250,000 sort of just bridges the gap to the next budget session. Is that the idea?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, one more question. And where CapCon does have to come through every year, is there a reason to wait? I mean, maybe just, is there a reason to wait? I guess that's my question. And maybe the thought process behind that, kicking that to the next budget session. Since CapCon is not on a 2-year schedule.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, again, as I mentioned earlier, we've been exploring and looking at individual cases on these projects. So in this particular case, we've had quite a bit of dialogue with A&I and their staff. And so when we're finishing up, they basically, because we've already done the 4th and the 5th floors, we have the level 1 done. What we're looking at now is truly the programming of spaces, where we're going to go for the next end of that and try and refine that process. And as part of that, if you look at trying to finish that up, we could probably finish that up springtime. Then we got to wait another whole year, come back, and then you're into the next year. So that's that 12 to 14 month lag and delay in time. Where if we get this 250,000, we can continue on, report back to the SBC. And again, the consideration within this is that before they start that next 30% or in the level 3 part of that we would come back and report to the commission and get your approval to continue that on. But we don't then lose that continuity with the designers, all the engineering teams, and everybody sitting for a year to come back and ask to move forward. And so it'll keep us a more streamlined process because, again, if you look at the state law, it currently requires that on the school projects and on the community college projects, those be brought every year. It does not do that on the state projects. So we have that limited number of projects where we end up with this chunkiness of trying to meet a construction schedule with the legislative schedule and funding. And you're going to, on a $20 million job with a 6% inflation, you're going to add another 1.2, 1.5 million just because of that chunkiness of the design going through. The other advantage that we see in this is you have a high level look at on a level 2. It's at a very high level on here's what we think the cost is going to be. It's going to be in this range. Whereas if we can go a little bit further on that lower end, that level 3, and keep this process going, when we come back and ask for that 26 million, as Administrator Coleman talked about, it very well may be less than that because we'll have a more of a refined dollar that we're going to come ask for.
Thanks, Madam Auditor. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I guess what I look at is that it's a priority 15 for the whole 26 million. And I think what you just said is that it basically at 250, it's really no longer a priority 15. It's more or less like a priority 4 or something. So I think we're looking at 2 different things here with this, almost a total reduction, as to what that priority would be. So I'd like to, in this motion, look at changing the priority, and I'm asking for a little feedback. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, if you look at page 36 on the, in the CapCon packet, the State Construction Department recommendation is 250,000 of general fund in conjunction with available major maintenance funding. We estimate that the project is about 75% major maintenance eligible. But we did say that we further recommend that, oh, I thought it was in here, that this recommendation then be moved to priority 1, the planning. This is a very needed project. It's very strategic, important strategically, but the planning just isn't quite there yet to check all those boxes to understand what the project is and what it's going to cost.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Mr. Treasurer. For the director and I don't know if A&I is still here. I see Director Bach, but good. So the question I guess I have relates to the coherence of the of all the mechanical systems. You know, the more that we put this back, the more we sort of invite the opportunity for these things not to be really in sync, or maybe technology changes and so on. So I just wanted to kind of get a sense of what that potential is.
Mr. Chairman, Jake Strickling, Department of A&I, Construction Manager. You're exactly right, sir. We're already seeing some of the, based on the FCA that we had gotten, that they had a third party do, they're already recommending some of the work that we had done before kind of be tuned up a little bit. So some of the mechanical units on the penthouse need an overhaul right now. So as we push this down or push this back, we're going to see more and more costs arise like that. Based on the FCA score, based on the FCA, I mean, they're recommending $3 million of capital renewal and major maintenance money be spent on the mechanical systems this year and another $4 million next year. So as we push this on, we're going to see the costs increase. So, I mean, however, whenever these can be addressed, the sooner we can start saving money is basically how I look at it. Because you hit it one time and it's done.
So Jay, just so I'm clear, you're saying that's the cost to the old system or the new system? You said new system, and that's maintenance?
Mr. Chairman, that is what I was referring to is how much money that we would have to put into the old system right now.
Okay.
Based on the third party evaluation. So by replacing it, we wouldn't have to invest that money in the old system. Now we do have a system that was installed in 2015 on the mechanical penthouse that they're actually, which is what we're calling the new system that we want to connect into.
Sure.
The third party evaluators have called for that to have some tune-ups done to that. So yes, the new technology as the technology gets better, obviously it lasts longer and is more efficient and everything. So you start seeing savings. But even after we've already invested money on new mechanical units on the penthouse, we're still going to have to do some work on them because it's been 12 years.
And that's the 3 and 4 million or the 3 million?
No, sir. The 3 million would be into the old system that they're recommending. If we don't do anything right now, if we don't replace this system, we would have to invest.
I see.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Mr. McCombie, then to you, Director, and maybe also to Madam Secretary on this, is it, if we approved more than just what I'm considering kind of the maintenance planning effort, and that's probably not the right thing. It's priority 1, but it's just planning. Wouldn't that be inclusive in the full allocation?
Mr. Chairman, it would be, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, to finish where they were at and go out, as Mr. Coleman mentioned, to meet with all the agencies, see where you're going to move walls and those sort of things. If that's needed to make that space more efficient, then that would all be included in that as we move forward. So again, what we were trying to do on this one is get a placeholder here so we don't lose any time.
Sure.
If we don't get the bigger project. If the feeling of the commission is to move forward with the bigger project, we can certainly do that. And what I would say is probably it's move that funding forward and then just report back to the commission on the finished product of the level 2 at that point in time to verify moving forward with the larger project. But if the commission wanted to fund the 26 million, certainly I think that could happen also. That's an option.
What I'm worried about is we're stepping over dollars to pick up pennies. I mean, I'm just curious what your notion on that would be.
Again, Mr. Chairman, since those dollars would be included in the 26 million, I don't think we'd be losing anything there. Where I'm worried about tripping over dollars is the inflationary costs.
That's exactly my
So if you move
concern.
forward
too.
with the larger project, you're going to save some money, definitely.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
So, on that note, the first 3 million in the next year is included in the 26 million, but is the next 4 million included in the 26 million?
Mr. Chairman, I would say yes, because you're going to do the project. What they were referring to is in the different things coming up in the new facility condition index. The old ones used to be a snapshot in time. The way we're doing the new ones is they're projecting based on life cycles and things that they hear when they do their studies into the future years out. And so when they look ahead was described, they're saying this is what the consultant says. These are things you can expect to be expending. So if we spend the 26 million, that starts new and everything in that report comes off the table for future major maintenance expenditures. So yes, the 4 million and the 3 million would not be needed in major maintenance funds. They would be included in the 26 million. That work would take place.
Well, what I'm getting at, Mr. Chairman, is that if we delay this, we're going to spend 3 million. And then the next year, is this 26 million going to come in at 26 million, 23 million, 29 million? I'm trying to figure out if we move forward, besides inflation, is there any savings? Or we're going to put 3 million in this because we have to next year. And it's just one of those things that you're going to bite it. You'll spend 3 million and it's not part of the new system anyway.
Secretary Norton.
Mr. Chairman, the thinking in proceeding with the 250 plus major maintenance funds is that it allows them to begin doing the space planning in addition to all of the major maintenance design or system replacement. And the thinking of only approving the smaller amount now is because you do have a document there that resembles a good portion of level 1 and 2 that was recently issued. And the commission last year had a good number of questions that would normally be answered in a level 1 and 2 for which hadn't yet been addressed. And normally the cost estimates come in and they're based on a design. Right now, it looks like the costs are square footage and don't necessarily meet everything that's in level 1 and 2. And so by approving now, and maybe we should even consider approving level 1 and 2 from contingency funds to start immediately. You're not going to get into very much meat of the 26 million in the planning phases. So,
And that's, I guess, my concern. And thinking of this as a recommendation, you know, I wanted to have that discussion. And it seems to me that those two things we should bear in mind. Madam Auditor, did you? I thought you were reaching at one point.
Mr. Chairman, I guess my question is whether the project can only proceed at the speed it can proceed with the planning and knowing exactly what needs to go to bid. So what the sense I'm getting is that leaving it till next year helps us dial in that number, and we can put it in now, but the project isn't gonna start any sooner, except we'll just have a more inaccurate number. I know we all understand that the cost will be more the longer we wait, but it doesn't, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem like pushing this off till next year as far as level 3 changes the timeline, as long as we have that underlying continuity with the planning. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I think Mr. Strickling mentioned that, the 26 million is worst case, knowing that you don't have a lot of details. And generally, we are expected to have a fairly accurate estimate so that there isn't cash flow, held captive when it doesn't need to be. Certainly the commission's worth considering everything you're discussing right now.
Mr. Strickland.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I agree with Administrator Norton that it is kind of a worst case scenario that we could pick up some efficiencies if we continue with the design. However, it does provide a pretty good accurate number as far as what the cost would be, just because it does have subcontractor, contractor, and professional industry estimator input into that number. But I do believe that continuing with the design at this stage will show us a couple different things. It will get us a more efficient number, and it will let us proceed into that level 3, because it's not a full building. So level 3 design on a building like this, once you establish, finish up the programming, which is the portion that we have yet to do, is the programming with the architects, because we didn't know if we could use major maintenance funds to continue that programming effort. But by doing this, if you think about an interior renovation versus a ground up building, an interior renovation, you've already got the structural piece done, you've already got the overall shell done. So once you get the floor planning done, construction documents in the level 3 is just really adding detail and finishes. You're adding window details and things. We know we're going to replace the window, right? That we can estimate, but like the level 3 level of detail for construction documents isn't as much as it would be if you're detailing eave and structural conditions on a ground up building. So once you get the set floor plan, which we could bring back to you guys to have you approve, the continuation of that level 3 design work is really, really short compared to a new building. So as much as I would love to say we would take whatever you guys are willing to give us, I would like to remind you that when we did the level 4 or the 4th floor renovation, we had a set amount. We didn't have a design done. We did the design after the appropriation, and then whatever we didn't use, we ended up returning, which was close to, on a $5 million appropriation, was close to $800,000. So however you guys want to do it, we're willing to work with the board to get this accomplished, because we do feel that this building is very important that we get addressed.
Yeah, and thank you. And I just, to the auditor's point, and I know Director Bach, you are up, but to the auditor's point, to me, there are lots of different components to the design of this. There's the mechanical systems, which I would assume would be pretty routine regardless of the floor plan. You talked about windows, that we're not going to open up new window space and things like that. So those kinds of componentry could proceed before you even got to furniture fixtures, before you got to room design, and that could be going on apace. But in the meantime, we would be coordinating, arguably, in my mind, reducing risk of failure on some of the heating systems and so on. So I guess with all due respect, I guess my point is I'm not sure that just doing the design is going to sort of attenuate some of the other costs that are there. So, but Director Bach.
Thank you, sir. Director Bach, A&I Director. I just wanted to kind of give a little bit of history because I was a little confused on it as well, because this project started before all of us were here, at least on this side of the table. And my understanding is when level 1, level 2 went in front of the legislature, they kind of scrapped it and said, let's just do it. So there was not a level 1, level 2 done on the 5th floor and what do you call it? The penthouse.
Okay.
So they just gave the money over. And so when we go through this process doing level or 4th floor, in my head, when we went through this one, level 1, level 2 was done originally, but it wasn't. So the legislature just scrapped our level 1, level 2 and gave us the money. So it's a little bit different than all the other buildings that we've been involved in. At least I've been involved with level 1, level 2. So when we come back and try to get the money for the rest of the level or the floors, unfortunately, in my head, that level 1, level 2 was already done back in 2015 or 2014. However, it wasn't. So I've just learned a lot of that in the last, in talking with Dell, figured that out in the last couple weeks. So when we come in with our own little level 1, level 2 that Jake had done, we felt like that was part of the process because it was already done at one time, but that's not the case. So this building and doing it by floors was a little bit different than what we normally do, the way the legislature appropriated it. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page with that.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Treasurer.
I hope this is a simple question. Is the 250,000, does that stop anything that would be normally occurring if you had, 3 million, or can the 3 million be taken that you're talking about be taken out of major maintenance? I'm just wondering what does 250, we know what it does. It continues everything and keeps the cost down in the process with our building commission here. But what doesn't get done at 250 that could be done that would delay the project substantially?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Coleman, sorry.
Mr. Treasurer, the 250 is to help us continue that design process.
Yeah.
And that without that, we would, I believe, stop at the level 1, level 2.
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, that wasn't the question I asked. You've got the 250, assume it's there.
Okay.
What doesn't get done in, with money that's not in excess of the 250? I don't know if another 800,000 keeps things moving faster, another million keeps moving faster, does 3 million keeps moving things faster, or is there absolutely no change at all in the completion date on this if you just have 250,000?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we figured I think there's a number, and I left my book back when you called me back up, but there's a number that we have for the level 3 design, which I think was like, I want to say it's 1 point, thank you. The full design amount that we have was roughly at 1.908. That was the full design amount for a $26 million project. So, I mean, that moves the needle. The 250 just allows us to continue going while we submit for the level 3 construction appropriation in our facility plan next March, and then which will be back here next July to ask for the full amount. So that the 250 just allows us to go into the level 3 design and do a little bit more work. So.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's the number that I'm looking for. If
I could just wait for just a second there, Mr. Treasurer. You know, what bothers me is we're just designing. And you've got systems that are currently critical, years 1 to 2, poor condition. all over the place. And I guess to me, what I'd love to be able to do, because some of this is probably not going to require major changes in floor plan design or anything else, is to be able to start to do the work that we would do if we did nothing to floor planning wise, 3, 2, 1 and basement. And I'm just anxious that we get to something that is more than just another piece of paper that the next commission is going to say, I'm not sure this is the right number or not. So that's my concern. Mr. Treasurer, that's the only thing I was saying about that.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you. I think that you can put in windows anytime. I don't think you need a design thing on that. You know, there's a lot of things that can be done to upgrade that, to get it to where it's part, and you don't have to spend that money again when you get the 25, 24, whatever million it is. I think those things might as well proceed.
Yeah.
I don't know what the number, you need 1.9 to get to the design. What can you actually do in the next year that isn't going to be spent twice out of the 26? And does it cost $1.5 million to put in the windows? That'll save some money and utilities, different things. So
Mr. Strickland and then Secretary Norton.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we could definitely figure out what the mechanical needs are immediately that we can do without doing the full project now, and come back and report back to you with that broken out. I don't have that broken out. I mean, it's around, I don't even want to make a guess. I mean,
And we've got till October
Sure.
on those numbers. Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think the 1.9 is reasonable now. Come back in October, see, you guys get us a list of things that would be in the 26 that can be done, that you don't need a lot of engineering, design, and any of this other stuff. And so we actually get moving down the road and get some things done. And hopefully at that time, you'll know whether or not and where you're going to be going with the people that's going to be, shipped out whenever and where. I suppose it's going to be sometime next July or something. You'll be moving people out, and you can do construction anytime because it's all inside.
And Mr.
Thank you.
Treasurer, I recognize Secretary Norton.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, my recommendation would be to table this discussion at this time and then get to item 6 and go over the financial reports and consider an approval for these funds so they can start now.
Okay.
And not a year from now, to continue into design with the things that aren't covered by major maintenance. And my initial recommendation before we discussed and came to this 250 was 750. I think the preliminary design estimate is high, given what the consultant did to design the 5th floor and the 4th floor. It shouldn't be that high. And we would love to help negotiate that. So that would be my recommendation.
That's not a bad recommendation, I don't think. So you're going to move to table? Is there a second? It's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I think that motion carries. It's tabled. So thank you. Thanks very much for the conversation. Item 6.
We still have to go to item 4. You're talking. I'm lost.
Right.
I think we're done with Capcom. Right.
So where are we?
We're done with Capcom, which was item 3.
We are done with Capcom. The matters on the sheet that we looked at are all taken care of.
Yes. Next item is item 4, State Construction Department comments. Provides an opportunity for Director McComey to discuss several broader capital planning issues. our development of biennial and supplemental requests, the value of annual project planning and funding, strategic design continuations, following level 1 and 2 studies that we've just talked about a lot, and the possible expansion of the statewide planning bundle. These concepts are intended to improve project readiness, preserve design continuity, reduce avoidable delay, and provide the commission and legislature with better supported future construction requests. Director McComey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think on this item, I think the discussion that we just had is pretty germane. First, I'd like to thank the commission and particularly the capital group that spent a lot of time working on this. Certainly, all the members of the audience have met with us numerous times over the year, and we really start this project process with our annual meetings, beginning with the various agencies and community college, UW, in the April timeframe. And from that, we move into the project request. We take that to your capital construction committee. They review it this year at least twice, plus a bunch of documents in between. And that gets us to where we're at today. And so an awful lot of work goes into that. And I think based on that, the comments, particularly this last year, that we heard from Joint Appropriations Committee, and I heard out on the floor a number of times when the discussion came up to fund various projects, had this been through the process? What have you heard, or did this make it? Was this just something added, or has this been through the State Building Commission and the process? And it made a difference, I think, on those votes when these projects came up for debate on the floor and funding. And so as we move through this process, again, we talked a little bit earlier before the actual debate on these projects, and then during the debate on these projects, about this kind of time continuum and lack that 12 to 14 month time frame between the level 1, level 2, and then coming before this commission, and then taking it to the legislature, and then that happening in the July timeframe when the dollars become available. So one of the things that we did today, and you saw that in a couple of these requests, was to have a little bit higher level of design within a level 3, what we normally refer to as a level 3. I think there's a couple of ways we can handle that. The simplest way is like we did today, where we get some partial funding to move them forward in level 3. Another may be going to the legislature and asking for some type of a change in statute under the guidelines for what is a level 3 or level 1, level 2, to maybe we tweak that and get a little bit higher design in that level 3 plus or 2 plus, I guess you'd call it, would be perhaps another option. But again, I think anything that we can do to keep these projects moving forward timely is going to save dollars. And there's 20 different projects listed here, 19 projects. We have some level up, 1 level 2. But when you start adding that dollar amount up on inflation on that project, you're talking tens of millions of dollars on these projects easily, in a single year in inflation, just because of that continuity. So that's something that I would like my department and the commission to think about in the future, is maybe how we tackle that. Could it be something in the rules process itself? Do we need a statute change to make a level 2 plus a little bit higher? What's the format maybe that we bring this back to the commission? As we said today, we would have the level 1, level 2 under the normal process, this smaller amount of money for level 3 to keep moving forward, but bring it back to the commission so you all are informed of where we're at. You're not necessarily given the go-ahead for a $60 million project at that point in time, but you're saying move us to the point where we can get a better accurate number and keep it flowing so we don't lose continuity. I think in the Hathaway building, one of the things to keep in mind in that, and it was tabled, we'll bring it back in October. One of the things there, and Mr. Strickland talked to this, is if we get a failure, it floods that whole floor. And obviously our report from our consultants said, yeah, you need to do something this year and you need to do something next year on those particular systems on those floors. So what could that cost to have, the folks have to move out of that building? If we flood a floor, maybe it comes down and hits the floor below it and it's kind of a continuation. Who knows what that number may be? It may be something, I think a perfect example happened right here in the Capitol last winter when that radiator broke at the door and we flooded that whole basement section where LSO was at. And doing all those repairs were pretty pricey with a $50 item that broke on that particular old radiator. So I think those are the types of things that when we work with our agency partners, I think is incumbent upon us to bring to you so you have a better understanding of what you're voting on and why, give you the full big picture. That's, when we get into the debates and we're providing information on the legislature, we get those type of questions, exactly the questions that came up on item 20 with the Hathaway building today. And so again, I think, the statutory requirements that are here, the annual budgets that Ms. Norton talked about, but based on the other thing that we're doing, and I heard this on a meeting yesterday on the school side, when we try and look at the big picture, and this is what our strategic plan I think is going to do for us. We have school projects going on, we have UW projects, we have community college projects. We're all competing for a very small number of contractors here in the state. So how can we spread that work around? And we had a discussion on the cost of some school projects coming up with other projects that they know are coming online around there. And is that going to increase that project cost? And so one of the things that we are trying to do is spread this work out around the state. And again, I think in that strategic plan and moving forward, that's something, again, that I think we can present to the commission, because you're focused on the state projects. You can look at this and say, yeah, it's in this community, that community. But do you really know what's going on with the same dollar requests or sometimes even higher dollar requests on the school side? And when we take that into account, what is that doing? Or even the private sector. We were really kind of crossing our fingers when we let the 2 elementary projects here in Cheyenne recently because of the data center. And we've been involved with the contracting community looking at that work. And again, both those projects came in under budget. So good news, but we weren't sure what was going to happen with those big projects here in the area. So I think for you all, I think there's those sort of things that we can bring to the commission to give you a little better explanation as to why we're doing things. And it may from time to time create some dialogue where somebody maybe not going to get their project at this time because we want to move it down the road because we have too much work going on in some of our smaller areas, smaller manpower areas, contractor areas in the state. Here in Cheyenne, we're pretty fortunate. We've got, we're close to Colorado. We have workers come out of there. We've got a bigger contracting community just because we're a bigger community in the state. But you get into some of the more rural parts of the state and to get somebody there and you all of a sudden you lump 2 or 3 projects into one location, it can be difficult to get contractors in to do that work. So, Mr. Chairman, again, I just thank you and I thank all the members in the audience for the hard work they did in the last year. Again, we get this from our perspective at the April annual meeting. The folks behind me are working on it for a year and a half ahead of time through the planning process to get it, to bring it to us so we can bring it to you. So,
Yeah.
Suzanne, I don't know if you want to add any more in or.
No, I wholeheartedly agree with Director McComey. I can't say enough about how cooperative all of our agencies are in working and seeing what kind of stewardship they offer. I did have Travis bring up the level 1 and 2 statutory definitions. And that's kind of what's snagging the Hathaway project is we're not quite there yet, getting all of those
Right.
things met. So, no.
Director McComey or Secretary Norton, in your thinking about this, would it be inclusive of this is a big project, we need to phase it. Here's the recommended phasings that we would do. Would that be part of that, do you think?
I think, Mr. Chairman, I think depending on the type of project, yes, I
Okay.
think that could be done. In the case of the Hathaway building, I would recommend what A&I is looking at and doing all those floors, because you get one contractor in, and it's a lot. I think you would save a substantial amount of money by just going ahead and doing it all at one time.
Yeah.
But there are certainly sequencing of projects around the state. Got a lot of that going on in the schools right now.
Yeah.
So yes.
Very good. Thanks. Anything further? All right.
Mr. Chairman, no, not in item number 5. Or number 4. In item number 5, we have 2 pages of summary of permits that have occurred. 4 that were withdrawn or in progress. 3 were withdrawn due to just scheduling issues. 1 is in progress and will probably be done soon, though we do have some that struggle to provide the certificate of insurance. And a couple of years ago, when we first started rulemaking revisions, I think before firearms, maybe it was with firearms, I had once attempted to kind of open the parameter of what public space is where you don't need a permit. And I think I'd like to visit with stakeholders, Division O, risk management, and so on, to see if maybe a policy adaptation can get us to a little bit of that, because I have gotten some pretty significant pushback of, you want me to do insurance just to come on the sidewalk, the front plaza of the Capitol to protest or something like that. And I see that point, but I also see the point of, to a point, we need to protect the Capitol. We don't want it to get too far. So,
Sure.
So having some of that insight might be something we'd want to come back to discuss.
Okay, thanks. Questions? Very good. Thanks.
Item 6 is the financial report and contingency funding requests. One significant update concerns the 2011 flex appropriation. Its available balance had declined to about $13,000 in April through communication between state construction, the Office of State Lands and Investments, the state auditor's office. Unused funds from an Office of State Lands project where $3 million was transferred from SBC Flex to State Lands to do the Interceptor project. I believe it was closer to 1.4 million was reverted. Now the available balance is approximately 1.3 million. And it's a good example of interagency coordination, responsible project closeout, and preservation of commission resources for future uses, possibly today. Another thing that didn't quite mature in time was when we first started talking to the military department about the entry control point, because that is so severely deficient. We discussed potentially coming today to request some contingency funds to allow the design to begin now in lieu of waiting until after session. I visited with General Porter, and I believe he might have tapped on the chairman's shoulder to say, is this okay for us to talk about? And so if the commission is interested, the conversation did not mature in time to bring it to the print packet. But if the commission would like to entertain that thought, I would certainly be supportive of that, and also further discussion of design funding for the Hathaway.
Okay, thank you, Secretary Norton. Do you have specifics of what the requests would be?
Mr. Chairman, I believe for the entry point, we would recommend $850,000 from SBC contingency. And
Mr.
Hathaway.
Chairman.
Please, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apologies for which project?
So that would be
The military entry point.
military entry point, which was number 10.
And Mr. Chairman, follow up. So this would be just the design phase and pull from that 8.8?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, so the 8.8 will go down to just under 8, and the 850 will let you get started on the design.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that would be my recommendation.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I feel comfortable making that motion.
Okay, motion has been made. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Secretary.
can you repeat what number, is this 10 or is this 20? I thought you were doing this on Hathaway.
Mr. Chairman, Secretary, my apologies. I'm suggesting contingency for 2 projects. The first one we're discussing is military.
Okay.
Number
And then
10.
you're going to proceed to the Hathaway.
Yes.
So this motion's the military.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm still awaiting a second.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been seconded by the auditor. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I mean, I guess just a little bit of history. I think that this project is obviously very much needed. But as we know, due to a variety of factors and lack of funds, things go unfunded all the time that are very much needed. And so I don't know how often this commission has pre-funded design work for things that could very well be rejected by the legislature. And so I'm just hesitant. And I understand this project is critical, but I also mean, it's so bad and so out of date. It has been in that status for quite some time. And I just don't want to get out in front of the legislature on the funding piece, on things that they have not seen before, that are completely new requests, because this has not come before them. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I would just say that is my pause, not any lack of support for the project, but I don't want this board to insert itself in the appropriating of funds unless, or frequently, I would say.
Thank you. I see General Porter's come up.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I think one thing we could also consider is funding the design phase will help it in the federal process if we aren't able to get state funds. It will let it score higher. Now, the magnitude of that, I don't know what that is. Unlike the Army side, we tend to get reimbursement for our design funds when we do this. So this is an air side. So as I told the superintendent earlier, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get reimbursement for it, but it's possible that we're able to do design things. The one thing it will do for us is it will let it score a little bit higher than it would in the past because we've got design. So we can then take advantage of any unexecuted dollars. In the big scheme of things, $8 million isn't a lot of money at NGB. So if we have it designed and ready to go, shovel ready, so to speak, then it does make us more agile and able to go after other funds as well. Something to be considered. Certainly understand your concern if the legislature doesn't doesn't decide to fund it, then I would say it won't go to waste, though. We'll have to design it. It'll have to be designed at some point, and it will make us more agile.
Thank you. Follow up on that? General, the other question that I would have, when Undersecretary Loheim was here, did he by any chance go by any of that?
Mr. Chairman, what the governor is referring to, we had the Undersecretary of the Air Force here last week, and he did not spend any time with us on this visit, sir, with the Guard side. His was entirely with the 20th Air Force and the 90th out there on the base.
Okay.
But he did commit to us to come see us.
Okay.
The next visit.
Okay. For those of you who don't know, he is a resident of not Upton, of Hewlett. Yeah. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share several of the auditor's concerns. This is helpful knowing that that might give us a little bit more of a heads up on reimbursement. And so that might be the only reason why I'd go with it. I want us to be really cognizant of using contingency if that is taken away, if we start appropriating outside of our scope. And so that I think is continuously the concern with using contingency here.
Thanks. Further discussion? Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things that, will most likely be done either with federal or state funds. And it's the same thing that the legislature had to do to get our veterans long-term care facility in the queue. There's all those things that have to be there before things actually start moving forward, and you get cost shares and different things. And so this allows you to at least apply for the cost shares that may or may not be there. But yeah, I think the city would really welcome not having that congestion on Dell Range. There's enough congestion on Dell Range on as it is. So I think this just moves it forward. It allows the legislators to have facts instead of just, speculation as to what may or may not be, necessary, and the actual true cost. And those things will really be fleshed out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Secretary Norton.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't know. I think today on the legislative calendar, there's a conference that most likely that's where our legislators are, but we do have Representative Nicholas. And I didn't know if a former JAC perspective might be helpful.
Sure. Representative Nicholas, are you alive and well there? But you are muted.
So I don't think that a former JAC member would have much input on current processes.
Very good. All right, further discussion. Further discussion? I'm gonna call all in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? That motion carries. Thank you.
Okay.
Now we're going on to the Hathaway. Is that correct?
Yes, and for the record, I would like to capture that I'm recommending flex appropriation for these, given the recent
Okay.
replenishment. So the next one is I would recommend $750,000 authorization of flex funds for the Hathaway building to proceed through finishing up level 1 and 2 and moving in to bring back a well-studied construction recommendation next July.
Okay. Can I get some idea of how rapidly you think that could be accomplished?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a memo that I wrote on it that had the funding, allocated per month and what the design team would capture. With this one, it is the same firm, the design 5th floor and 4th floor, that it truly is in the best interest of the state to most likely negotiate with them to continue design. Do you happen to have any of the materials. Oh, okay. Anyway, they could probably get under contract in a couple of weeks to begin design and estimating. It might take a little while to meet with agencies to figure out what kind of efficiencies and changes in space planning can help each agency, and to discover what other, that's probably the biggest lift, is to figure out space planning efficiency. The second floor, you may recall, several years ago had middle demountable partitions that were removed so that the Department of Education could put 4 desks in a room. That's how the Department of Audit is operating right now. And the new layout's getting rid of a double racetrack. There's an inner core hallway and then an outer, like in the suite core, which is very inefficient. So there's a lot of space to be reclaimed, but those layouts are already known, how they worked on the 5th floor and the 4th floor.
Yeah, and I think you would hear my concern. There's lots of floor designs. I remember when we talked about this, we spent almost, it seemed like a decade talking about whether we're going to be open or closed or who was going to have windows, et cetera, et cetera. That can take a lot of time. But at the same time, I guess what I'm hoping is that we have some indication of the pieces of HVAC and you know, plumbing and furnaces and all that sort of stuff that we could get after more rapidly.
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. It will accelerate things greatly. I hadn't had a chance to review the book.
Okay.
That was just released, but.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, you know, we started this in 2015, and I think we contemplated then that we wouldn't be talking about this now. It would have been all done by this particular date. So anything we can actually do to move this down the road and not keep wondering why it's not done is I'm all for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Coleman or, okay, what?
Mr. Chairman, we just came down in case there were, I think, any questions.
Well, I think you anticipate my question. I mean, if we put 750, I mean, that's some money towards this. You guys have gone through the level 3 planning process before. My concern is that, you know, we spend a lot of time figuring out if the door is going to open in or open out. And at the same time, we want to, you know, figure out what to do to make sure that we don't have a break of plumbing. And I just don't want one to get in the way of the other.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. Yeah, I think the 750 would definitely help us move forward sooner on it. We also anticipate that completing any remaining planning pieces would be something we could do fairly quickly due to a lot of the work that's already happened.
Okay, and then, Madam Secretary, I guess what I'm hearing is that the tabled motion could be brought up at a later date that would have maybe more informed answer.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that there would be a chance to have it refined before October.
Okay. For the legislative session?
Maybe.
Ms. Strickland.
Mr. Chairman, before October would be a stretch to have the programming done and re-estimated, but before the legislative session should be possible, yes. Because what Ms. Norton is suggesting is turning the original design team loose. The engineering's already done. They know what's going to have to go. We're going to spend a couple months meeting with the agencies and programming each of the floors. That needs to be done still. Building in the redundancy that we had on the 4th floor where we could break it into individual suites, because I know 2nd floor and 3rd floor now have single agencies in there. You know, that's already done. You know, the breaking it into individual suites. So shared space is already pretty much figured out. So figuring out the individual floor inefficiencies is what we're going to need to, you know, and customizing it to the current agency is what we need to get accomplished. But the engineering is pretty much done.
But what did you say, 70% capacity that's not being used now on the new system, we can start to tap into that relatively quickly?
Mr. Chairman, some part, yes, some part's going to require removing ceilings and removing walls for us to tap into that. So,
Okay.
I mean, there's actually going to have to be floor by floor demolition to completely do that because it's tied in so integrally,
Yeah.
you know, and we've got to run from, we've already ran isolation valves on the 4th and 5th floor. None of the rest of the floors are isolated yet. We need to run mechanical down. We've got the chases in place from the 5th and 4th floor that feed to the 3rd floor. So it's just the swap over.
And when you say engineering, that those pieces that are sort of fundamental to the system, boilers, whatever that might be, you know what those things are already.
Mr. Chairman, yes, sir. And they know the engineers that we have on board that completed the 5th and 4th floor know what needs to happen on the remaining floors too.
Okay.
So they're not starting over, you know, they're not going into it going, we need to do these, you know, figure out what calculations will work or what system work. They know what's going to go in the 3rd, 2nd, 1st basement already.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Further questions? Further questions? I don't believe we have a motion before us, do we? No, we don't. Thank you, Shelley. So
The 750 with and hoping that in October that we can get some of those things that the chairman talked about as far as things that can be done irregardless to increase efficiencies, windows or whatever. I think you can get that by October. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thanks. Is there support for the treasurer's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion?
The appropriations.
750 from the state flex contingency. All right. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
No.
Okay, thank you. That motion carries. The request is, it's straight up noon. The request is to take a break. What do you want?
It's 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay,
Thanks.
10 minutes. Madam Secretary, I think probably we can kind of get started.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Item 7 is State Building Commission rules. It's an information-only item and no commission action is requested. As directed by SBC in April, the drafts published with the June 24 meeting packet were primarily organized around the specific statutory amendments then before the commission. Since that meeting and resulting from some feedback that we received from agencies and agency counsel, the drafts developed into version 7 in coordination with State Construction's assigned counsel, who at this time I would invite to the testimony table in case there are questions. Version 7 presents those revisions within a broader and more coherent statewide governance framework. At a high level, version 7 recognizes that we are all stewards of state property, and it's not necessarily classified agency by agency, because an agency can be an occupant of a building, but they can be a facility manager of another building, and so on. And so state property is not assigned through a single uniform model. The commission has statewide planning, stewardship, prioritization, and rulemaking responsibilities. State Construction's defined planning, classification, procurement, and fiscal responsibilities. General Services has important facility management, leasing, and operational responsibilities where those duties are assigned, and several agencies have separate statutory authority over particular facilities. The revision therefore moves away from language that could imply that General Services is the default authority for every state facility or every property-related function. Instead, it distinguishes among occupant agency, facility management agency, contracting agency, fiscal administrator, and agencies with independent statutory authority. This does not diminish authority for any agency where it's assigned, nor does it enlarge any agency's authority. It's intended to clarify responsibilities based on the particular property and function involved and to better convey the commission's statewide perspective. On July 20th, the current set of rules was sent out with a comment form to all agencies, leadership, deputies, facility managers. I tried to over communicate just a little bit. I included ETS. And the director responded and said, well, what are you thinking, Suzanne? And I'm like, well, are there things that happen in construction operations, construction planning, construction projects that we need to keep in mind and how it impacts your teams? And so he responded favorably. The comment will remain open through August 31st. And the most efficient way to move the process forward is for agencies, all agencies or anyone concerned with the rules, is to submit their comments through the review forum that provides a common record, allows the comments from everyone to be evaluated consistently, and gives staff and assigned AGs the opportunity to reconcile related concerns before a revised draft returns to the commission. I'd like to invite Devin and Tabitha to kind of an overview of their thoughts. Actually, I forgot something though. I wanted to highlight the administrative record of the development so far. It starts on page 49, and it does state that any provision unrelated to the legislative subjects that were addressed by the rulemaking are unintentional. So like if someone notices something changed that isn't related to House Bill 86 and previous statutory changes that change the structure of SBC and the responsibilities from at first the Capitol Building Commission to State Construction Department to the current responsibilities with the strategic plan and so on. And so there's the legislative authority defined on page 49, the standard reasons for each revision, the general legislative themes, the history of the revisions so far. Then we'll come back with agency comment record through a working group if desired. And then part 7 is a preliminary section by section revision record that shows the reason code, the legislative theme, and the statute that was the basis for the revisions.
Yeah.
So I tried to be very thorough. We tried to be very thorough.
If there are, I guess, Madam Secretary, if there are areas that are duplicative, are they highlighted? If there are misspellings or bad punctuation, are they
Yep, there's
highlighted as well?
also editorial
Okay.
reason if we had a couple of bullets that were duplicated. We had 2 MMs, I think, in the
Okay.
rules that we've edited a couple of times.
Very
There
good.
is a mistaken statute in chapter 5, and I think there could be some improvements to that chapter as well, but I did not embark on that because we hadn't discussed it.
Very good.
Yep.
Thank you. Tabitha or Devin? So Tabitha, good to see you here.
You as well. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, following the last meeting, some concerns with the first draft were brought to us, and so we did try to address that. And a major goal of the revisions from the last version that you saw to this one was to try and clarify the roles of each agency, particularly where the roles have expanded from just being GSD to now including other agencies, and making sure that it was clear whose responsibilities were being addressed, particularly with the occupant agency. So there was a lot of confusion over who the occupant agency would be, particularly when an agency is occupying a space but may not have any statutory authority over maintenance, what their role is supposed to be in this process. And so we did try to clarify that regardless of whether A&I GSD is providing the maintenance services, that those occupant agencies, if you see something, say something. Like if something is broken, making sure that that gets reported to the appropriate managerial authority so that it can be taken care of, versus when it's GSD's obligation to provide that maintenance. So just trying to clarify the roles that are provided through that statutory updates.
So a question on that, and I'm wondering if an example might be the Chancery Court in the Thyra Thompson building.
So in that case, again, we've got multiple agencies occupying a building. So overall, GSD would be the maintenance authority, but obviously the judiciary has their own maintenance authority. So trying to clarify when it's under the commission's control, that these are the agencies that have requirements. So, and as far as the Chancery Court is concerned, I am not positive if GSD does the maintenance, but I assume they probably do because of the multiple occupant agencies for that facility.
Okay.
So where that one, the judiciary would have the obligation to make sure that they are notifying GSD if there is maintenance within GSD's statutory authority, notifying them so that they are able to keep up on those maintenance obligations.
Thank you. Questions?
Mr.
Nice.
Chairman, we do have a set of the current rules here. We brought as a handout if anybody wants to put it in this packet so you can see it without any changes.
So those are the markups?
No, they are the existing rules as they stand
Okay,
right now
okay.
with no changes.
Okay.
There's clean version and strike underline in the packet.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thanks very much. Nothing else on this topic? Very good. Wish Devin wouldn't talk so much. Gosh.
Right, right?
Thank you, sir.
The rest of the day will be Dave Webb. Just kidding. Reporting on capital construction and major maintenance project updates.
Mr. Webb.
Mr. Chairman, Dave Webb, State Construction Department Construction Management Supervisor. Let's start on 102, Capital Construction Major Maintenance Project Update. If you turn to 104, Riverton State Office Building, Riverton, Wyoming. On that project, we're in the level 3 design, working towards design development. We're hoping to have the design completed in the spring of next year. Page 105. And if you have any questions, please stop me on anything. It's in the packet. Interior reconfiguration at the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy. The project is at more or less substantial completion ahead of schedule, and they're hoping to be completed either late fall or early winter. 106, Capital Acoustics Project. The design is 100% complete. We're at a point where we're preparing to go to bid. There is some areas that we will proceed with prior to bidding this out as a complete package.
Mr. Webb, I just because I always love talking about the Life Resource Center. How is the aquatic center coming? Sorry, Ryan's got a big grin on his face back there.
Mr. Chairman, the WLRC Aquatic Center, they're working on that as we speak. They put up the fence and right now, I think they're doing some demo work for that. Yeah, I think we're doing some demo work and then they'll start the reconstruction.
Okay.
Should be done in December of this year.
Oh, good. Okay.
And just to let you know, Ryan said he doesn't know.
I saw it making noise.
The next page is 109, Vets Home Remodel. They're going through they're updating the construction documents to meet the current codes and any federal requirements that have been brought forth since the design was completed. They're hoping to start construction in November 2026.
Okay.
110, it's Wyoming Girls School, Stolt Hall Administration Education Building. They're completing
I got snacks for anybody if they want
just the answer. So they're completing some landscaping, some civil work, the exterior. They're working on some of the exterior facade and that. They're hoping to be done and occupied by December 2026.
Okay.
Central Wyoming College Jackson Outreach Project. The project's moving forward pretty quickly. We did a substantial completion walk. I don't know if the architect has issued that yet, but I know that there wasn't many punch list items and they're hoping to be in that facility this fall. And that's page 111, same page as the Northern Wyoming Community College District, the Sheridan Center. Right now, they're doing selective demolition in that facility, and then they'll continue on with construction. We're hoping anticipated owner occupancy is late next summer before classes start. Western Wyoming, page 112, Western Wyoming Community College Health Science Facility. They're substantially complete on that facility, and hopefully they'll be moving in here shortly before classes start. And that's the nursing center. Same page as the Helibase. The Helibase is substantially complete. And what is our anticipated? Anticipated move-in is sometime in August, September. Next is 8A. Page 114, agency major maintenance and project summary. For the next, I want to say that's.
Can I back you up for just a second? Just
sir.
curious about the Ranch A stuff.
Ranch A. Yeah, I know where it's at. Thank you. Sir, Ranch A, the R&D genetics roof replacement. So there's actually multiple things going on at Ranch A. So the roof replacement is completed and they're doing warranty work on that. They had a bid go out for a new well, and then there's multiple project package coming out here shortly. So continuing on with what we've done with the main lodge and what's that other building? It is the other living area.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did the
foreman's
woodwork
house or
there.
something
Yeah.
like that.
And we're just continuing on with that. So
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, page 114, again, major maintenance project summary. We expensed $28,994,159.28 from major maintenance funds in the FY26 timeframe.
Sorry, I'm interrupting Dave to give a shout out to Opal Hunt and Lorraine Cole. Lorraine Cole retired on July 7th. In her 15 years working on the right now we have 183 budgets open. Working in that time, she balanced billions of dollars to the penny every time. And so that 28 cents, of course, made me think of her.
And she retired?
She retired. I didn't agree to it, but.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't
Thank
think
you.
everybody in our office agreed to it.
Well, Dell might have. He follows the rules.
Thank you very, very much to her.
So, Mr. Chairman, the report commences on page 115 and goes all the way to page 140. If there's any questions.
Any questions?
Eight B is page 141, Department of Corrections. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Is there anything that we would want to?
So Mr. Chairman, we've bid out and have awarded 2 camera projects.
Okay.
Actually 3. We have WSP, the Women's Center, and WMCI. We're in the process of bidding out the Honor Farm too. Honor Farm got awarded, so there's 4. And then we're in the process of bidding out the camera project for the Honor Farm, our Honor Conservation Camp in Newcastle.
Okay. Quick question on the on the, what is it? The fish program that's there,
It's-
that building, it's been,
It's gone.
it's gone.
It's gone.
But what about the building
The
itself?
building they turned into storage.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yep, yeah, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I have another shout out for my team, Mr. Webb, Mr. Mainwaring, the whole team really. Lenora Simpson is a procurement officer, Jana, everyone with the Department of Corrections, security systems and the deployment of those funds. It's very difficult to do open bid documents for security facilities, and the assistance and the collaboration with the Department of Corrections was just outstanding. And from where we first started on some of those quotes and information that we got from vendors who were interested, they all saved millions of dollars in refining and improving the bid documents from where the original budgeting for each facility was starting. So
Excellent. Great news. Thank you.
If there's no further questions for me on corrections.
No. No, okay.
8C, page 148 is parks, state parks, and we do have representation if there's any questions.
Any questions from state parks? Just as you can say it from back there, I'll repeat it. But Dave, how are some of our campgrounds doing? Are we pretty well full? About 3% down for the summer. And shoulder season's gone up. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, continuing on, 8D, page 152 is the Wyoming Military Department, and we do have representation.
Are there questions for, I suppose, Mr. Muldrow? Colonel? No questions? Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, continuing on, 8E and F is University of Wyoming, and we do have representation.
Questions for Mr. Mai or Mr. Smith? Any questions? Wow, we're getting off easy today. You got Bill Mai here, for heaven's sake. You can. Thank you.
Continuing on, item 9 is Department of Administration Information at page 172. And we have representation.
Hey, Bill, if there's a chance afterwards, I'd love to just catch you for a moment. Thanks. Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Coleman, General Services Division Administrator for ANI. I'll try and keep it very brief for you today. It's been quite busy since the last meeting. We were able to get all of our leases renewed prior to June 30th, which usually the issue we have is there's always one or two landlords that kind of go, oh, wait, I got to sign that. And it's a little hard, but our folks did a great job twisting arms and making sure we got it all done on time as our plan is every year. So I want to give them a shout out for that. That was a good achievement. I had planned on talking about this ahead of time, so but I had some good news from our move from the Hathaway, from the renovation, without going too much more on the Hathaway today. But we did a survey afterwards, and 77% of the folks who responded felt that they were really well prepared, completely prepared for both moves when they had to move out and then move back in. 72% who responded said they were entirely able to return to normal business operations on moving back in. 22% said they could do it reasonably quickly after the move, so that's really good. 50% of folks said that rated the remodeled Hathaway space as 10 out of 10, and 22 said 9 out of 10. I guess the lowest we got was a 6. So can't please everybody, but that's not too bad. And we also, lots of good shout outs and kudos for Jackie Knighton, our move coordinator, and also for Jake Schrickling, who was involved as the project manager, for helping folks get prepared and the communication during the moves. And so I think it went very well, and I really appreciate all the work of everybody on our team to help make that happen, as well as everybody at Department of Health who worked really hard with us to make it smooth for them. So we did want to respond back to you guys on what we, the survey results. Another piece wanted to update you on was regarding the Casper properties on Midwest and Center Street. We had to go back to the Department of Labor for a couple questions, and one of the things they informed us is that we do need to have a second appraisal. We had asked for approval to move forward on one appraisal at the last meeting, which we are working towards moving on that. We did check with the AG's office, and they said that under the commission's rules and therefore Department of Labor, it sounds like would not have a concern if we had a potential buyer pay for an appraisal, that appraisal would count for the Department of Labor's requirements as well. So we're hoping to try and move forward with that model if we can hopefully save a little bit of money for the state on not have to do another full set. We've also had difficulty on, we've gotten the one of the 2 appraisers back on board for doing this one, but we had reached out to the other one to try and get them to sort of get what quote we could get so we can move quickly on the one appraisal we were authorized on, and they actually are not able to do any work. So we're kind of down to the one appraiser, but we're moving forward on that to get it done. So just wanted to report back to you on,
Very good.
on that.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I did want to also say just a appreciation for the work we've had with the state construction over the last few weeks in preparation for the meeting here. I really appreciate all the work we've met a few times, and it's been very helpful, I think. So and appreciate the commission's support on and consideration of our projects.
Very good. Thanks. Any other questions?
Thanks.
Excellent. Thanks. Mr. Webb.
Mr. Chairman, item 10, page 204, public comment.
Very good. So I will call if there's any public comment, but call first in the room here. Can I ask if there's anyone online? Does not appear. One more time. Anybody here? All right. Public comment's been called for, and there has been none. And so with that, I think you have one more.
Mr. Chairman, next meeting date, October 14th, 2026. And then 2027 meeting dates tentatively are January 20th, 2027, April 14th, 2027, July 21st, Cheyenne Day, 2027, October 13th of 2027. And adjournment.
Do you need a motion on that? You do?
Fine.
Sure.
It's tentative.
These are
It's
tentative.
Tentative, yeah. no.
Yeah.
Well,
The 14th, I think, is already set in stone.
Yeah. Nope.
Nobody online on public comment. It's been moved that we adjourn. Is there a second? It's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? We are adjourned.